guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. But nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
Welcome aboard on a Friday. Yeah, believe it or not, we're rolling into the weekend. 20th day of August coming on here. We've only got one more full week in the month of August. Rolling into September before you know it here. Hope you've had a great week. Everybody saddle up. Everybody ropes. Everybody rides. It's our old friend out in Montana. Don, not Dan. Start things off, look at our traveler's weather tonight. There are some areas of concern. We've seen some, as forecast, some strong storms sweeping out of the northern Rockies into and through the northern plains. Some of our stronger storms at this hour, pushing out of northeastern Colorado into that southwest corner of Nebraska. That line of thunderstorms that extends right on up into South Dakota, pretty much from north to south, right through the central portions of that state. It's the southern end, again, northeast Colorado, southwest Nebraska, into central Nebraska, where we're seeing some of the strongest cells there. Looking at some severe thunderstorm warnings. $50 size hail in some of these cells, 60-mile-per-hour winds. So hail damage to vehicles, damage to roofs, siding, trees. That storm system's going to continue to sweep into the north-central portions of the country. Through this past day, it was Utah, Wyoming, and Colorado. Got a good soaking rain. Also a fall-like chill to the air. Even some high country snow there in the northern Rockies with this system. Some of these storms are going to turn severe, potentially damaging conditions. Much of the northern plains has been in drought conditions, so they could use a decent soaking. From northern Wyoming and eastern Montana across the Dakotas and northern Nebraska, yeah, we'll see a half-inch to inch of rain through Friday night. Yeah, some totals could reach 2 to 3 inches in places where some of that heaviest precip comes down. That's likely to be across the Dakotas and northern Nebraska. The precip, no doubt, will be welcome as it helps begin easing some of the drought conditions, clearing out some of the smoke out of the skies there. Severe thunderstorms also forecast to break out in the region as this potent storm moves through. We had quarter-size hail that pelted areas of Colorado and Nebraska this past day. The largest hail was 2 inches in diameter, according to the National Weather Service's Storm Prediction Center. Ping-pong ball-size hail in Jefferson County, Colorado this past afternoon. Yeah, later in the day, a possible tornado reported in Phillips, Colorado, in the northeast corner of the state there. Conditions into Friday morning can still spawn the risk of severe thunderstorms. The more significant threat of severe weather arises once again later this afternoon, Friday afternoon. Tornadoes, damaging winds, large hail could all occur across a large swath of the plains, stretching from northeastern Kansas, northern Missouri, through the eastern Dakotas, along with much of Minnesota and Iowa coming into play later in the day. The threat for isolated severe thunderstorms to reach as far south as Wichita, Kansas, a possibility Friday night. Places that could get some dangerous weather stretching from Minneapolis to Des Moines, Iowa, Omaha, Nebraska, Sioux Falls, South Dakota, Fargo, there in North Dakota. Weather system can also prove to be disruptive as we head into the weekend. As we mentioned last evening, many college students traveling or headed back to their respective campuses. Be prepared for the potential for some disruptive weather as you get ready for that new semester. Farmers in that region also want to stay weather aware. Crops almost ready for harvest. We talked about the corn crop last evening, reaching maturity across much of the region. Susceptible to the damaging winds, the top-heavy corn with all those corn stalks weighed down, again, ready for harvest. Not expecting anything the magnitude of what we saw, it was back, about this time last year when we had that big derecho that swept across Iowa, billions of dollars in crop damage, just flattening things. The other concern, oddly enough, we look off the eastern seaboard. It's not along the coastal areas just yet, but offshore. We have tropical storm watches and hurricane warnings in the waters off the coast of North Carolina, Virginia, on up to off the coastal areas of New Jersey. At this point, it's obviously going to be the shipping and fishing interests. Kind of harken back to, we all recall the movie The Perfect Storm. Many of these fishermen get hundreds of miles off the coast. They obviously got to be paying attention to the weather to get out of harm's way. Forecasters are growing more concerned with Henri this past day on the cusp of hurricane status and expected to intensify as we head into the weekend. It's going to move close enough to stir up more than just the seas along the East Coast this weekend. 5 o'clock this past afternoon, the National Hurricane Center said Henri is a strong tropical storm, sustained winds 65 miles per hour, so just 10 mile an hour shy of hurricane force. Center of the storm, 450 miles south-southeast of Cape Hatteras, 800 miles south of Nantucket, moving westward at 10 miles per hour. Now, through the end of the week here, Henri will be continuing to push away from Bermuda, getting closer to the Carolina coastline and over the bath-warm waters of the Gulf Stream. In doing so, it will have the opportunity to gain wind intensity becoming a hurricane. Now, there's a cold front approaching the eastern U.S. that should steer Henri, allowing that forward movement to turn more northerly as we head into the weekend. This timing should keep Henri from making landfall along the southeast Atlantic coast, but even still, beaches from Savannah, Georgia, all the way up to Jones Beach in New York will see indirect impacts. If you're out there trying to soak up some last bit of the summer warmth, trip to the beaches, use extreme caution when entering the waters. It's a big time for vacationers along the beaches, from the Outer Banks to the Jersey Shore. Water temperatures are pretty much about as warm as they get this time of year. Very inviting for beachgoers. A 50-year-old father and his 28-year-old son were killed in a rip current near the Oak Island Pier in North Carolina Wednesday afternoon. Bystanders pulled the father from the water. Emergency responders unable to save him. There was a 2-hour search that then ensued for his son, who was still missing. His body was later recovered. According to the data from NOAA, more people have died in rip currents over the last decade than lightning strikes or the impacts of extreme cold weather. All right, at this time, forecasters believe Henri will not make a northward turn until later Friday. Should the northward turn wait until Friday night, Henri will be able to get close into the East Coast. It could possibly make a landfall in New England. Now, whether it makes landfall in the United States or not, the combination of that front and Henri may displace some moisture to the north and west of Henri's center. Later on Saturday, as this happens, heavy rain may come down over portions of northern New Jersey, northeastern Pennsylvania, southern New York, Connecticut. The heaviest rain is likely to stay closer to Henri's exact track, arriving on Sunday across portions of southeastern New England, the Massachusetts Cape and Islands, where 2 to 4 inch rainfalls, maximums of maybe up to 8 inches of rain would be possible. And we could be talking some flooding problems. So for those in the Northeast and New England, you're going to face another round of rain by the end of the weekend. You may still be cleaning up after the tropical downpours that you just came through with what was left of rainstorm Fred. Fred just unloaded several inches of rain. So Henri's second dose of heavy tropical rain could trigger flash flooding in the region much more easily. You're also susceptible to damaging winds. Widespread gusts 40 to 60 miles per hour may just swipe southeastern New England and blast across stretches of eastern Long Island to the Massachusetts Cape. The strongest gusts are most likely to be over the waters, as long as Henri does not make landfall. So the arrival to New England is actually going to coincide with the full moon Saturday night into Sunday morning. That could bring higher tides and more widespread coastal flooding than normal during this particular lunar phase. They look back historically, there have been 32 tropical storms that have passed within 100 nautical miles of Nantucket since 1950. The most recent was Elsa back in June, just before it lost tropical storm status. The most recent hurricane to pass closely offshore was Arthur back in 2014 that caused power outages, flooding, winds of 63 miles per hour at Nantucket. In that same time frame since 1950, 13 of the storms were hurricane strength as they moved near the area, according to the NOAA data. I guess the most memorable storm to impact Massachusetts in recent history was Hurricane Bob back in 1991. made landfalls in Rhode Island and Maine as well. $1 billion in damage, winds in excess of 100 miles per hour. Yeah, blasted Massachusetts when Bob rampaged through that region. So look at some of our travelers' weather tonight as we get set for the weekend coming on. Good to have you with us. It is 844-844-3388. And Buckeye Boy sent me an email just a bit ago. He's out in Las Vegas, North Las Vegas, Nevada, 93 degrees at this hour. It's a hot one. I don't think I'm going to be staying up a whole lot longer. I'm pretty tired. After I get done with my pickup and delivery Friday here in Vegas, I load for San Antone for delivery on Monday. This is by far the longest I'll be on the road in a long time. I'm not a big fan of it, but it's good money when it's all said and done. I have a great deal of respect for the drivers that are out here for long periods of time. Thank you. Yeah, when I get back to the home 20, I'm going to take a week off. Probably won't do anything until the 30th. Anyway, have a great night and a great weekend. Everybody be careful out there. All right, thank you so much, Buckeye Boy. You do the same. Be safe. Get some rest tonight. Hello to Colton, young Colton. First out of the box. Oh, he was trying to be first. They're on you. So you tie with Pigpen, Colton. Captain Ron checking in. Hello to 007 checking in from the Iowa 80 truck stop there. The TA. Tank says, morning, happy Friday, 79 degrees here in Oak City. Home 20 bound. Everybody truck safe. Have a good weekend. Tar Heel in North Carolina checks in this morning. Double R back with us once again. Hello, Double R. Hope you've had a good week. I know you've been tuning in on a nightly basis. Let's see. Hello to Marianne. Happy Friday. Copy of the mail, Chevy Guy. Let's see. Marianne said, let's try this again. Happy Friday. There's Kentucky Ken. Well, there you go. I think this has been his busy week. He says, I'm back. CDL Class A licensed driver. Way to go, Kentucky Ken. How about that? He's going through the actual testing this past week, so yeah, I don't think you did the written test a couple weeks ago, if I recall, and well, congratulations there. Monty Python, morning. Happy Friday, Your Honor. Thank you very much. Howdy, folks. Good afternoon from Terrigal, New South Wales, Australia. It's a stunning day here. I'm using my second day of quarantine to good use. Hope everybody's well there. You know, Dean, I saw a headline that Australia may be in shutdown for a lengthy period of time. I think I had printed that up last evening. I might still have that over here, but good times, huh? Hunker down. Good morning from Kirbyville, Texas. 75, clear. Have a good show from James this morning. Let's see. Michael says, Dean is first from Australia. Wishing you a quick healing, Dean. I think he's just in quarantine because of coming in contact with someone that was COVID positive. Meanwhile, let me see here. Yeah, Dean said, I'm not sick. I just came into contact and in isolation until I get a negative test. It's taken 2 to 3 days to get results from a test here. So there you go. That's what I thought. Morning from Rochester, New York, from Rockpick checking in this morning. Let's see. David says, morning, Steve, in Newton Grove, North Carolina this morning. Heading back to Pendergrass, Georgia. We've got 77 degrees and some heavy rain, kind of a stormy night tonight. Yeah, I know we did have some precip over there in parts of the east as well. Yeah, I'm looking here. I will zoom in over to portions of Virginia, North Carolina. You do have some heavy rains from about Lumberton, North Carolina, up to just east of Fayetteville. Pretty strong storms there. Scattered showers, thunderstorms on up to Raleigh, North Carolina. Some more rain maybe going to be pushing through Henderson. Here in the next few hours, more spotty showers and thunderstorms right up there into central portions of Virginia as well. From Victoria to Farmville to Cumberland, Virginia. Pockets of heavy rain. You're putting on a pretty good light show, if I understand. Our number, 844-844-3388. Welcome into a Friday morning, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. That's our number. And lines available here on a Friday. TGIF. Heads up. Missouri transportation officials say drivers must find alternate routes this weekend. A major interstate shutdown. Starting 8 o'clock this evening, Friday. Missouri Department of Transportation. Kansas City will perform a total closure of eastbound and westbound I-70 between the state line to I-35 in the northeast corner of the downtown loop. Both directions of 70 are expected to remain closed through the weekend, slated to reopen 5 a.m. next Monday morning. Now, this is to allow crews to make pavement repairs, they tell us. Several ramps will also be closed over the weekend. I'm not going to go through that entire list, but there's a bunch of them, about a dozen. Drivers must find alternate routes starting, again, 8 o'clock this evening. That'll probably cause some pretty significant delays and backups. Kind of like what you had in Louisiana this past day. Big time delays. A bulldozer came off the truck that was transporting it, went off the overpass into a grassy area below the interstate. This is on I-10 near Acadia. Photos from the scene show the bulldozer appears to have fallen off a truck off the overpass. No word on whether anybody was hurt. Still under investigation, but I-10 was finally reopened, but major backups had occurred in that area. So I'm guessing someone didn't do a good job of load securement in strapping down that bulldozer. What do you think? All right, coming up later on this afternoon, I know you've got to be so excited. The president will take to the podium to see if he can get through his teleprompter statement. That's what it'll be, but that's the official announcement is President Biden will give remarks 1 o'clock Eastern time this afternoon on the evacuation operation in Afghanistan. Other than a White House statement on Monday and an exclusive interview for ABC News. He was interviewed by George Stephanopoulos on Wednesday. The president has not given any public remarks on the Taliban takeover in Afghanistan and our efforts to extract American citizens and others trying to flee. He did speak on the COVID pandemic on Wednesday, but has not yet taken questions from the White House press corps. Doesn't say here whether he'll actually even take any questions today. Kind of wonder, everything he's going to tell us is going to be very well scripted to the T. So 1 o'clock this afternoon, I am sure we'll all be glued to our radios and televisions, right? Let's get to your calls here this morning. What do you say, Captain Ron? First out of the box. Happy Friday.
Good morning. You know what that means, right? Being Friday?
Oh, it's one day closer to Monday.
Well, yeah, there's that, but it's the first day of the weekend.
Oh, okay.
So, this fiasco in Afghanistan that buffoon in office has created, if you're a veteran on either side of the fence, it seems like to me it should be making your blood boil right now. Don't you think? I mean, it is mine.
For many, it does, yes.
I think Mickey Mouse could have done a better job. But have you heard anything about that CARES Act being extended, for the unemployment money grab?
I know they've been talking about it. I don't think they're going to extend. I mean, I think they asked the president. There was a headline that the president said it's time to be done with the extension because there's millions of jobs available. So,
right, there's like 10 million jobs available. Yep. I think is what I heard you say last.
Yes.
So that expires the 4th. I don't know. That's about all I've got for the night for right now. Thanks for taking my call.
All right, good to hear from you, Captain Ron. I'm sure we'll get some additional comments about the whole Afghan withdrawal. I don't know. Big Ed may be checking in sometime this morning. He made a post on Facebook this day, something akin to what's going on in Afghanistan reminds him of what transpired in New Orleans when the hurricane was coming in. He said, they told the people to get out. They told them to evacuate. And everybody wanted to go bat crap crazy for the people that didn't obey the orders to get out. Now, honestly, Big Ed, I don't know. Were these people that are thousands that are stuck in Afghanistan, were they told to get out? I don't think they actually were. We know that the military was drawing down, but we know, according to the intel community, we were reassured. And I think the people there were, for the most part, reassured the Afghan military was going to be able to hold the line in these areas of the country that the Taliban were not yet in control. It was early July. Yeah, I remember it like yesterday. Joe Biden, he wasn't concerned about the Taliban taking over various portions of Afghanistan at the time. He said, hey, we've armed and trained. They've got a 300,000 strong fighting force. It's time for them to step up to the plate and do what we trained them to do. Recall? So again, I don't know. Haven't seen per se whether all these people were told to get out months ago. I mean, they may have seen the handwriting on the wall, realizing the Taliban was taking over this territory, that territory, this city, and then started moving to some of the bigger cities, Kandahar. All right, about 27 past the hour. Who we got on the line here? I believe, was this Mike?
No, this is Sex Maniac.
Well, hello, Sex Maniac.
Hey, I thought I'd pull a slick one on everybody, get in there real quick. I tried to get in there to be number one, but I guess number two's all right.
Yeah.
Captain Ron beat me in there. Yeah, I don't want to talk about nothing. I just wanted to check in with you real quick and say, hope you have a good weekend. I got one more day of work, and I'm off next week myself. So I'm going to sit back and listen, ride down I-65, and listen to everybody call in. I'm just going to sit back and listen tonight. Steve, have a good weekend, buddy.
All
good
right.
talking to you.
Thank you for checking in, as Chevy Guy cop in the mail, all right? You enjoy some time off. Thank you for checking in. All right, it is 844-3388. Get to some of the other industry headlines. News break coming up about a minute from now. A man in jail after fleeing the scene of a domestic dispute in a semi-truck, shooting at officers on Wednesday in Morris County, Texas. According to the ABC affiliate, officers received reports of a man pulling out a rifle while arguing with a woman on the side of the highway. Responding to the scene, when officers arrived, the man fled the scene in the semi-truck, traveling on Highway 49 while firing shots at the officers in pursuit. The pursuit continued through Avenger, ended in Linden, where public safety had set up a roadblock. The man then surrendered and was taken into custody. Chancellor Gunter charged with 2 counts of aggravated assault of a public servant, unlawful possession of a firearm by a felon, evading arrest with a motor vehicle, being held on a $50,000 bond. Luckily, no injuries reported. It's about all the info they have at this point in time. But, all right, news break. Our number, 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
As U.S. forces work to secure the Kabul airport in Afghanistan, the situation outside the perimeter has been described as chaos. USA's John Clemens reports.
In one part of Afghanistan, a rally in honor of the country's Independence Day from Great Britain in 1919 turned into a protest against a Taliban takeover that was quickly put down by the terrorists. Those trying to flee the country have been met with resistance as they tried to make it to the airport to seek freedom. Army General Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, expressed his frustration.
There was nothing that I or anyone else saw that indicated a collapse of this Army and this government in 11 days.
From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
This is USA Radio News.
Attention businesses of all sizes affected by COVID-19. The federal government has introduced the Employee Retention Credit. It's a new relief program that allows you to collect up to $14,000 per employee. If your business was forced to close due to COVID-19, or you lost 20% or more of your sales, you may qualify for free financial relief. There's no limit to the amount you can file for, and you don't have to pay the money back. Call the ERC program experts today. They'll explain to you how much you qualify for and how fast the funds can be in your business bank account. To find out if you qualify for the ERC program, call the IPG Law Group right now for details. There's no upfront cost to you, and you could receive up to $14,000 per employee. Call right now for details. 800-932-5197. 800-932-5197. 800-932-5197. That's 800-932-5197.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hotshot Secret. Powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairDog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, back at it here on a Friday. I hope you've had a good week. What's on tap for your weekend? A lot of people are going to be in quarantine. Boy, oh boy. I spoke to Knucklebuster this past morning, and he's got a grandson, 10 years old, that had tested positive for COVID. Not real sick. I think grandson or granddaughter. I think it was a whatever the case, but really the symptom was like a bad earache. And so they test and coming back positive. So in quarantine they go. Now, he's from the state of Mississippi, right? I asked him, I said, had they gone back to school yet? Yeah, the kids are back in school. So picked it up in school. 10 years old again. Then I came across the headline as I was preparing for the program here a few hours ago. The headline, in the state of Mississippi, more than 20,000 students are in quarantine after the first week of school. Is this going to be the trend? At what point are they going to say, all right, no more in class, we're going to go back to the whole remote learning thing like so many? Students who missed out essentially on nearly a full year's worth of education. Kids all over the country are running behind already. Are we going to be, I can see it almost resorting back to that if this trend continues. That's like 5% of the entire student population in the state of Mississippi that are in quarantine 1 week into the new school year. Classes began on August the 9th. And with the week ending Friday, 20,334 in quarantine, a total 4,521 students contracted COVID in the first week of school. 1,463 teachers and staff are also in quarantine. Mississippi being hit particularly hard by the Delta variant. They say 34% of the state's residents are fully vaccinated. According to the state epidemiologist, described the number of students in quarantine as rather dramatic. Speaking to reporters on Wednesday, when you look at that number, like 20,000 students in any given week, that definitely exceeds anything we expected. We were at our previous peak for the impact on schools. At least 29 schools have already decided to go to virtual for the short term to try and interrupt the transmission. Infection rates for those ages 5 to 17 have risen sharply, he says. Children ages 6 to 10 represent many of the new cases. This is going to translate to potentially more hospitalization of children under the age of 18, urging vaccination for children ages 12 and older and their parents as the best protection. Of course, the vaccines are only approved for ages 12 and older right now. They do say a teen died over last weekend from complications of COVID, the fifth minor to die from the virus in the state of Mississippi. An eighth grader, 13 years old, found out it was a positive test. Then on Saturday, she passed. She was healthy, perfectly healthy, they say. Just boom, like that. She actually wanted to attend Harvard. She was very smart, very caring, very kind. All right. In a Facebook post from the Raleigh High School Lion Pride Band, that 13-year-old was described as the perfect student. Unlike earlier surges, this new wave, why is it, is predominantly affecting younger, unvaccinated people. Just as classes are resuming around the country, more children than ever have been hospitalized, they tell us. Instead of seeing women bury their parents, we're seeing women bury their children, according to Mississippi's state wealth officer. All right, let's see. More than 392,000 have tested positive since the start of the pandemic in the state of Mississippi. Yeah, we're talking a state of about 3 million people. It's another one of those states where apparently many of the hospitals are running short on beds. They're all occupied. I don't know where this is going. Hey, let's get back to your calls. And there he is. I kind of figured he'd be checking in. Are you with me?
Well, I'm with you. I'll try not to upset you, Steve. I'm just trying to aggravate you a little bit on Facebook, but I do want to talk about it. But
poking the bear. Quick. Go ahead. Poke the bear, Ed.
I love you, brother. You know that. Right quick. This COVID thing. You know, I've been at home for 2 weeks. I got home, what is today? Thursday?
Well, we're going into Friday, Thursday night, yeah.
Yeah, well, I got home Thursday, 2 weeks ago. Getting prepared to go the following Monday to get a colonoscopy. I was going to get it done right down there at Mercy Hospital in Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
I was going to walk right in to the pit. You know, they're like all the other hospitals. They got all these issues going on with COVID. Where my procedure was done was right there at the hospital. And I asked him, I said, am I coming into the hospital to get COVID, or what protections are we doing?
Mm-hmm.
Well, same old. Mask up, washing of the hands, using bacterial soap and just go into the pit, and they did the procedure, and I got released. All right. With that being said, my truck has been in the shop now, and I'm going to get it out tomorrow, thank God. I can get back out on the road. I would rather have been broken down at home than out there on that road, because I'd be stuck in a motel. So, with this being said, standing by the phone every day in case my truck got ready, I really didn't go do nothing. So basically, I've been self-quarantined here at where I live. I haven't went out and did hardly anything to be around a whole lot of people, with the exception of this last weekend. And I had a cousin that passed. They had a funeral for her, and then the family decided they wanted a celebration of life at the Moose Lodge in Tulsa, because on that side of the family, they got a lot of musical instrument players, both their own bands and stuff. And so I went over to the Moose Lodge last Sunday. There's a lot of family there. And I seen an aunt and an uncle. Now, I didn't hug around on them. Just hugged them, and that was it. Okay? I didn't sit with them, none of that. And then Monday, they put out on Facebook that they both tested positive for COVID.
Oh, boy.
And I'm thinking, Jesus Christ. Now, my brother and my sister that went, now my brother was hugging around on him. This doctor brother of mine, okay? Now, tonight he went and got 2 test kits to test himself and test my sister. He said, "Do you want a test kit?" And I said, "No, because I don't feel like I've got COVID." Yeah, I was in the same room. He said, "Well, what are you going to do?" I said, "Hey, I've been sitting here at this house all week, and I haven't really had any outside contact. I ain't had no symptoms. I haven't had no sore throat, no fever, not throwing up, nothing. So I'm just going forward with my life now, just because. Now, if he comes down testing positive, then I may have to redo things. But right now, I'm going forward. I'm getting that truck tomorrow, and I'm hauling ass and getting back out there on the road. But this time, though, when I leave, I'm going to do the mask thing. And I'm going to try to keep my contact at a very minimum. Because with the days I've been here by myself, and if I go pick up a load that I know I'm going to be picking up, and I don't deliver it till Monday or Tuesday, that's still going to give me all that time in the truck by myself. Unless I come down with one of them symptoms, I figure if I mask up, I keep my hands clean. When I go in, if I go into a truck stop or a restaurant or whatever, I keep my mask on, with the exception when I'm eating, I'm going to pull it down. Then I'm just going to live my damn life as normal as I can live, Steve. Why? Because I've had the shot. That's number one. Number two, you can't stop living, man. You got to keep living.
Mm-hmm.
Or am I wrong for looking at it that way?
No, I mean, I'm with you on that one, Ed. I mean, you can't shut down forever. I mean, I think we've already seen when you do these shutdowns, it may pause the spread briefly, but as soon as people go back about their business, it just starts right back up. The next cycle, the next wave, whatever you want to call it, and I don't think it's going to go away anytime soon.
No, and I agree with you on that, Steve. So, and I guess the way what I just described to you, I'm thinking, God, I don't want to stay at home no more. I don't want to self-exile, because hell, basically that's what I've done for 2 weeks other than last weekend. And yeah, I feel bad that they said they tested positive, but I was just in the same, it was a good sized room. Like I said, I hugged them once and that was it. I just can't sit and live my life like, oh my God, man, what's going to happen to me now? No, if I get the symptoms, I'm a big boy, I'll shut that sucker down. And, I'll make temporary arrangements to stay away from people. But what I just described, like I say, when I leave, I've got a I went and bought me a package of masks. I've got Lysol sanitizer. I'll spray my truck. I'll do everything I was doing while I've been out there for this last year.
And we know you.
Knock on wood, I haven't got it.
We know you opted to get the vaccine because we've had that discussion. So, I mean,
right.
The idea is supposedly if you do contact it, you may be asymptomatic or maybe just mild symptoms, kind of like Abbott in Texas, the governor there is dealing with right now.
Right. And so now, but my brother and my sister, they're going to get the test. If they come back positive, then I'll probably ought to get the test. But I just don't think they're going to come back positive. I really don't. It's just, but my God, we can't stop living our life. I'm sorry, It's just like people that don't want to get shot. Hey, I don't hold it against them. Don't stop living your life. You got to keep living your life. You got to keep going forward. And pray to good Lord I don't get it. If I get it, pray to the good Lord the vaccination will work. Now, based on my health issues as far as diabetes, I don't know if I qualify for that booster shot. The one thing I'm worrying about now, and I've got to come back in September and go to the doctor and do my blood work for my average, is they ain't even talking about a flu shot, are they? Have you heard anything about a flu shot?
Honestly, I haven't. All I've heard is the booster's going to be ready here in a few weeks, the third shot for COVID, but I haven't heard about a flu shot.
Because that's what I want. I want the flu shot. So is the booster supposed to be like the flu shot? See, that's what I got to ask my doctor. Where's the flu shot? How come we're not hearing anything about a flu shot? So that's where I'm at. But I got to tell you, Steve, I've watched too much news this week. Now, did you hear, let's go to President Trump. Did you hear the interview that he did with Sean Hannity, I think it was Wednesday?
Yes, I did indeed. And I shared that on my Facebook page this past morning. Quite interesting, wasn't it?
Right. Yeah, that's how I was watching that. Now, there was one area that I felt like he contradicted himself. And if you'll rewatch it, you'll probably pick up on it.
Mm-hmm.
He supposedly talked to the head of the Taliban.
Correct.
Okay. He told that individual, we know where you live. You do anything to any American, and we're going to basically drop bombs on your head where you live.
Mm-hmm.
Is what he told him. Now, my thing is, there was one individual while all these negotiations were going on that supposedly that the Taliban killed. Well, was it a soldier or was it an American civilian? Who was it? Do you know?
That I'm not sure. I do not know.
Okay, that's where I find the contradiction. Did it happen? Remember, they were supposed to come to Washington. The so-called Taliban leaders.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
President Trump canceled it because they supposedly killed an American citizen. If I understood him right, you'll have to go back and listen to it. So my question to President Trump, okay, if you informed this individual that this is what you would do, did you do it after the fact that they killed somebody, or did you do it before? And if so, why didn't you do something? Why didn't you carry through with your word? Why didn't you try to knock them suckers out because you said you knew where they lived? Are you understanding what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I'm not.
He clearly stated it.
He did. He actually, yes, he said, we know what your village is, and we'll level your village, I thought he said.
Yes. I took it that they would level the village and try to level wherever these leaders were, whatever hole they was holed up in. So, was that after? In fact, they already killed an American, or was that before? Because when he's talking, I'm picking it up that he canceled your trip to Washington because of you killing this individual. And if that was an American, why didn't you, President Trump, carry through with your promise? That's the question I have for him. What I'm trying to say, Steve, is President Trump, President Bush, President Clinton, or President Trump, President Obama, President Biden, there's none of them got clean hands in this whole mess. Now, I give President Trump a better scorecard. I go back to when President Bush, he told them, hey, turn over bin Laden, and they wouldn't do it. So therefore, we put troops in Afghanistan. I was behind that. We all was behind that. You remember?
Mm-hmm.
We was behind him 100%. My deal was go in and destroy that government, the Taliban government. And I think I made myself clear back then, like when we went into Iraq, destroy the government. Don't get into nation rebuilding. Don't go in and try to rebuild the country. Let the people of that country to figure out and fight their own fights. But we got into the quicksand just like Russia did. Just like the British did, just like the French did. We got into the quicksand of that quagmire over there. Now, let's roll into what's taking place. My thing is, Steve, I don't know if they ordered the American people out of Afghanistan, if they did or not. And even if they didn't, what responsibility do you have as a citizen, if you're over in that country, knowing what that quagmire is like, knowing we're pulling our troops out of there, that you would put your life in the hands of an army that we supposedly trained, but the only reason they're fighting is because they're getting a damn paycheck. That's the only reason those people were fighting that. But once their government leaders took off like a bunch of scalded dogs Sunday, they just laid down their damn arm.
Yeah, that was
because
the first
their paychecks just went out the door.
That was the first I had heard of that. Trump said that we, I guess the American taxpayers, we were footing the bill, actually paying that Afghan military that we were training. So you got to pause right there. Get a quick 2-minute timeout. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Okay, rolling toward top of the hour. News update just around the corner. Let me get back, finish up with the big Ed. Thanks for hanging in there, Ed.
Thanks for keeping me. Steve, right quick. Who's in charge in Afghanistan? The Taliban. All right? Do you not think that our political leaders have no other choice because of the way this situation's unfolded but to engage those people in conversation to get these so-called American citizens out of there, or to get these so-called allies, Afghan allies? That's going to be a little tougher negotiating to get them people out of there. But the first people that should be brought out of there, I agree, is the American citizens. But what degree do they have a responsibility because you're stuck over there? I mean, I would have been packing my bag back when Trump wasn't it? He said it for me to get out of there. Am I correct?
Again,
him and Mike Pompeo had a plan.
That's the question I had. I don't know that they were actually, they may not have. Were they actually instructed that, when the military gets out, you probably don't want to be here anymore?
It seems like to me they said that. Don't it make sense that our military were leaving out of there with no clear-cut objective that was met? Other than, I guess, they thought they met that objective by leaving the government that they propped up in charge of their own country. Maybe, that's the whole thing, Steve, stinks to high heaven. And another thing that I get aggravated about, I'm not a Biden supporter, but I call a spade a spade. You can't blame Biden 100% for what has gone on, because this has been building like a damn festered boil. He admitted on TV that he was at fault, the way I guess he handled it. But go back to every president, from President Bush to Obama to Trump to Biden, every damn one of them's handled it wrong. Afghanistan, Steve, had become a cash cow. How many billions of tax dollars was poured into that country and approved by Republicans and Democrats alike?
And what's mind-boggling?
That's all I want to see. I want to.
This legislation they've got right now, this legislation, this spending bill they're talking about, has, I believe it's $3.6 billion more for Afghanistan in the coming year for nation building. And, supposedly, even with the takeover by the Taliban, they still want that money. Are we going to actually continue to spend money, which is propping up the Taliban? Is that possible? I'll give you more on that. And we've got a much better handle on just how much weaponry, how well we have essentially armed the Taliban, what they've taken control of. It is rather mind-boggling, but we got to get our news update, top of the hour, hour one in the books, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
As U.S. forces work to secure the Kabul airport in Afghanistan, the situation outside the perimeter has been described as chaos. USA's John Clemens reports.
In one part of Afghanistan, a rally in honor of the country's independence day from Great Britain in 1919 turned into a protest against a Taliban takeover that was quickly put down by the terrorists. Those trying to flee the country have been met with resistance as they tried to make it to the airport to seek freedom. Army General Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, expressed his frustration.
There was nothing that I or anyone else saw that indicated a collapse of this Army and this government in 11 days.
From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
A man in a pickup truck parked near the Library of Congress on Capitol Hill and told police he had a bomb.
Floyd Roy Rosenberry from Grover, North Carolina, was taken into custody without incident.
Capitol Police Chief Tom Manger says officers had been trying for hours to talk to him.
Over the course of time, we tried to negotiate with Mr. Rosenberry. We first started doing that with a whiteboard, just writing messages back and forth. We used a robot to get a telephone down to him, but he would not use the telephone.
Negotiations lasted for about 5 hours. In North Carolina, 2 people have died and dozens are missing after flooding caused by Tropical Storm Fred. Now, as a post-tropical cyclone, Fred is drenching New England and New York. Meanwhile, Tropical Storm Grace passed over the Yucatan Peninsula and into open waters. It's expected to return to hurricane strength before striking Mexico a second time this weekend. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? You'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
The United Kingdom is speaking out against the Biden administration's handling of the situation in Afghanistan. USA's Lance Pry reports.
Parliament's distrust of American leadership is front and center in our relationship. From the floor of Parliament Wednesday, Tom Tugendhat.
To see their commander-in-chief call into question the courage of men I fought with, to claim that they ran, it's shameful. Those who have never fought for the colours they fly should be careful about criticising those who have.
UK Brexit Party leader Nigel Farage on Fox News Thursday.
Joe Biden chose unilaterally, without any consultation with NATO, without any consultation with us, your closest ally for the last century and a bit more, chose unilaterally to decide the timing and the method by which American troops would leave Afghanistan. It is certainly not how you treat a NATO alliance, which since the late 1940s has done so much to preserve peace in the world.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is upset. 4 of the state's biggest school districts are defying his order and telling students to wear masks to ward off the Delta variant of the coronavirus.
While all the world burns and while parts of our country burn, you have this obsession that a little 5-year-old, should not be able to go to school without wearing that mask for 8 hours a day.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you much. Welcome back. We got a Friday coming on. Make our way into the, here it is, 20th day of August. All right, we'll get some of the other industry headlines coming up here. Let's get back to the calls here on a Friday morning. Hello, Steve. What's going on?
Hey, good morning, Steve. Happy Friday to you. Hey, congratulations there to Kentucky Ken getting his CDL, man.
Yeah.
It's a good thing. Wish him a lot of luck. Looks like you're going to have some good pool weather this weekend up there, Steve, in Cincinnati.
Okay. It ain't going to be long. I'm going to be busting out the cover.
Yeah, I hear that. Appreciate all Big Egg's comments, man. I hope he doesn't have COVID. I got to disagree with him on a couple things. I don't blame Biden either for Afghanistan, Steve. I mean, he didn't start the damn thing. They contributed a lot to it when he was with Obama for 8 years. Build up the military, funnel money into Iran. But I will blame Biden for one thing. Well, for a few things. Iran's building up their ability to process uranium, and they are very close, Steve, to having nuclear arms.
Yes.
I was reading a report today about it from Europe, and they're scared to death. And Joe Biden's sending them money, billions of dollars, funneling into Iran. And then that one thing you just read about, that $3.5 billion that Fox News asked the White House about. What's going to happen with that so-called infrastructure money that was going to the Afghan government? Are you going to send that there? And you know what, Steve? They didn't answer them. They got no answer for it. So I'd like to know, if I was a reporter at that so-called press conference, I wonder if George Stephanopoulos is going to be the only one in the room tomorrow. He's Biden's buddy. But that would be the question I would ask Biden. A couple of them. Are you still sending that money to Afghanistan, and why?
Mm-hmm.
Are you negotiating with the Taliban to let our people get out of there? And from what I understand, Steve, and what I'm hearing from reporters that are on the ground, from Bongino and Levin, that they played cuts from them, that the Taliban has a resistance force around that airport. They're taking people's documents and they're taking people's passports away that are Afghans trying to get out of there.
Right.
So we already talked about this, Steve. What's going to happen to those people when we leave? They're going to be slaughtered. They're basically waiting outside their doors. They know who they are, and I mean, the women, the children, and the people that helped us are in grave danger over there. There's no doubt about it. I mean, I just can't believe what it would be like to be in a situation like that. It's got to be horrifying. The other thing is, Steve, what gets me about this whole thing, there was, in the last 24 hours, there's been a couple of reports that just came out. And one, there was a memo sent by the State Department, an internal memo that was just uncovered, that was sent to the Secretary of State, Blinken is his name, that Kabul was on the verge of collapse. This was sent on July 13th.
Yes.
That the capital of Afghanistan was going to collapse. They didn't know when, but it was going to happen. It was sent by, I believe, over a dozen State Department officials who were at the embassy in Afghanistan. They were on the ground there. They knew what was happening. So if our State Department, head of the State Department, read this memo 30 days ago, why the hell are we sending them $3.5 billion? Because that infrastructure bill just basically went through, about a week ago? They're putting it through. And my other question would be to Biden is, why did we send military equipment, including 7 brand new Black Hawk helicopters, to Afghanistan about 30 days ago, the month of July? It was posted on social media.
Yes.
That we sent all this weaponry. So those would be my questions. If you knew that the capital of Afghanistan was going to fall because the Taliban were building up in the region and they were going to attack the capital, why are we sending them military equipment and all these funds and all this taxpayer money if the government's going to collapse? That's what I would like to know from Joe Biden. And why General Milley and the Secretary of State said nothing. Or did they say something? I mean, all they do is lie, Steve, and cover it up. That's all they do. But the leaks are starting to come out. The leaks are starting to come out. So we can only see tomorrow. I seriously doubt that guy's going to take any questions today.
I can't imagine he would. No, it's going to be a scripted statement. He'll say what they tell him to say and probably head back to the bunker.
Yeah, I mean, it's just absolutely ridiculous, Steve, how he's handling it. Even, I'll tell you, Steve, Sunday night on Life, Liberty, and Levin on Fox at 7 o'clock Eastern, he's going to have that colonel I was telling you about on his show, that UK colonel who served on the ground in Afghanistan. He was a commander. And he's also going to have that General Keane, I believe his name is. He was in the Trump administration. I think you're going to find out a lot of truths on that show on Sunday about really what the heck went on. Because you just heard on your news break that you're the man from the UK talking about how Biden didn't even contact the NATO forces.
Yep.
We talked last night about how he didn't even talk to Pakistan. How can you win? That was a NATO war, Steve. We were involved with Europe in that war. So why wouldn't you talk to the heads of state over there, let them know what the hell's going on? There's just so many unanswered questions. It's just I don't know, pretty shocking that this is who's running our country. Pretty scary.
Yeah, it does.
Anyway, I hope you have a good weekend, Steve.
This is not boding well.
Thank you.
This is not boding well for international relations. Yes, I heard that tidbit there. The story said, we're not the only nation that has a presence there. And they're saying abandoning the country with such haste left thousands of foreign citizens from our friends and allies at risk as well. The UK Daily Mail said the UK is in a desperate race to evacuate 6,000 Britons, as well as eligible Afghans, much like interpreters and whatnot that helped U.S. forces. They had the same scenario. And so you got 6,000 Britons. British House of Parliament decided to hold Biden's handling of the situation in contempt. Lawmakers condemning his withdrawal as catastrophic, shameful is words they use. We just heard the quote from Sir Ed Davey. The American decision to withdraw was not just a mistake, it was an avoidable mistake from President Trump's flawed deal with the Taliban to President Biden's decision to proceed in a disastrous way, is the way they put it. Other members of parliament denouncing the president as well. The Biden government have just come in without looking at what's happening on the ground, taking a unilateral decision, throwing us and everybody else to the fire. Many of these MPs took offense to Biden criticizing the Afghan soldiers and the Afghan army. I mean, one of those, the chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee apparently said he spent time fighting alongside those soldiers. To see their commander-in-chief call into question the courage of men I fought with, to claim they ran is shameful, he said. I don't know about that. I mean, they didn't fight. As Steve just mentioned, he is correct. This is what we're some of the new information. We go back several days ago, and they said, there was one Black Hawk helicopter that wasn't even flyable. It was damaged or whatever. And, there may have been a couple of others. Now, about a month ago, Afghanistan's Ministry of Defense posted on social media photographs of 7 brand new helicopters arriving in Kabul, delivered by the United States. The statement a few days later from the Pentagon was, quote, "They'll continue to see a steady drumbeat of that kind of support going forward." We know what's happened since then. Everything that has not been destroyed is now the Taliban's, according to one U.S. official. Current and former officials say there is concern those weapons could be used to kill civilians, be seized by other militant groups like ISIS, to attack U.S. interest in that region, or even potentially be handed over to adversaries like Russia or China. Now, this administration is so concerned about those weapons, they're considering a number of options. Option number one is, it's what I was speaking to Grump about the other night, go in there and destroy it. I mean, you can do it from the air. And they've got these convoys of military vehicles that, we left over there. But here's the problem. They say they're afraid if they do that right now, it will intimidate and anger the Taliban. And we've got all these thousands of U.S. and British and who knows who all else in there that you talk about. I think President Trump also addressed that as well. We all remember the Iran hostage crisis, the number of hostages they held. You could see potentially an unprecedented hostage taking of thousands of U.S. and British citizens to be held for what kind of ransom? This is really this uncharted territory. There was another official that said, while there's no definitive numbers yet, the current intelligence assessment was the Taliban are believed to control more than 2,000 armored vehicles, including U.S. Humvees, up to 40 aircraft, including UH-60 Blackhawks, Scout attack helicopters, Scan Eagle military drones. We've already seen Taliban fighters switching out with their old weaponry, now carrying the U.S.-made weapons that they seized from the Afghan forces. All right, between 2002 and 2017, we gave the Afghan military an estimated $28 billion in weaponry, guns, rockets, night vision goggles, small drones for intelligence gathering. Aircraft like the Blackhawks have been the most visible sign of military assistance and were supposed to be the Afghan military's big advantage over the Taliban. Between 2003 and 2016, the United States provided Afghan forces with 208 aircraft, according to the Government Accountability Office. And it seems like the numbers are going up every day, doesn't it? In the last week, many of those aircraft were most useful for Afghan pilots to escape the Taliban. As we were talking last evening, many of those craft, 40 and 50, somewhere between 40 and 50, were actually flown into Uzbekistan by the Afghan pilots fleeing the country. Even before taking power in Kabul over the weekend, supposedly the Taliban had started a campaign of assassinating those pilots. Some planes were in the U.S. for maintenance and will stay. Those en route to the Afghan forces will instead be used by the U.S. military to help in evacuations from Kabul. But current officials say there is concern. They've got access to helicopters. Now, they require a lot of maintenance. They're more complicated to fly. without extensive training, but ironically, the fact that our equipment breaks down so often may actually be a lifesaver. Our equipment breaks down so often. I wasn't aware of that. All right, I've got to get back to the calls here. We got to get a quick timeout as well. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, here we go. Let me pass this your way. A traffic issue from, right here in our home neighborhood, Cincinnati, Ohio. If you're going to be moving freight along the 71-75 corridor, looking to pass through Cincinnati this weekend, I think it'd be a good idea just to plan on taking the 275 loop around. I don't know one direction around is better than the other, but I typically take, I guess that's the east way around. Takes you through a little stretch of Indiana, then back into Kentucky, and get back up on 71-75 at the bottom side of the loop. Here's what's going on. Weather permitting, starting at 10 o'clock this evening. Travel on 71-75 northbound will be reduced to 1 lane. Also at 10 o'clock this evening, access to I-75 northbound from the Brent Spence Bridge will be closed. Access to 75 northbound from the bridge is expected to be closed until Saturday morning. Once work on the western side of the bridge has been completed, crews will reopen. Access to 75 north and then access to 71 will be closed. Access to 71 northbound is expected to open by, say, noon on Saturday. So what's already been, you've essentially got, 4 lanes going to 2, big backups. It's going to be going to 1. Yeah, everything goes to 1 lane for that stretch of time. In addition, overnight Friday from about 10 p.m. to 4 a.m., they're going to have rolling roadblocks on 71-75 northbound. Law enforcement will be in place south of the bridge in Kentucky. They're going to hold traffic in 15-minute increments so that the crews can set the next traffic pattern on the bridge. By noon Saturday, the left lanes, the westernmost lanes of travel on the northbound deck will again be open. Access to 71 and 75 restored. Weather permitting beginning at 10 o'clock Saturday night. Travel on 7175 northbound will again be reduced to one lane. Access to 75 and 71 will remain open. But again, it's going to be one lane. By 6 a.m. Sunday, the left lanes of travel on the northbound deck slated to reopen. No changes planned for the southbound travel pattern. The two right westernmost lanes are open. The two left easternmost lanes of travel are closed. So the bottlenecks that you've been contending with, I guess southbound will be pretty much what it's typically been. Northbound going to be a whole lot worse with this crazy weather pattern over the weekend. What's going on, Chevy Guy? Happy Friday.
Happy Friday to you too. Oh my goodness, I'm in agreement with that. That's cool. Hey, you know, if you wait long enough, you can find something to agree on. Contractors, more information coming out today. Well, my favorite, I guess, is Miss Millie, General Millie there. Oh, we didn't have a clue that the Afghan army would have collapsed.
Yep.
Well, no excuse. If he had a junior officer come in on his base, I didn't have a clue that the Afghan soldiers would have held the outer gate. You know, he would have took strict action against that junior officer for not running the scenario or being prepared for that scenario. Running scenarios is what they got to do. So, there's no excuse for that. Why is he still in there? And, I'm sorry, they're all guilty of this. You don't understand white rage? Well, have him call me up, because he's still in charge of my granddaughter right now. So, yeah, I've got a lot of rage there for him. Now, also, I guess this is the first Trump let out the word that the first I heard that we had all them brand new Blackhawks there. Now, it's one thing to understand you're a Afghan Air Force, Black Hawk pilot. Your country's being overrun. Your army is fleeing. Well, I understand you just running off too, because that high-tech helicopter doesn't mean nothing to me that it's going to be used against American forces down the road, you see. But come to find out that you have American contractors, people that knew better, and they didn't set them things ablaze before they run, or weren't prepared to. That's just absolutely absurd. It's a mess. Like I said, we need to get out of there because, I'm looking at the big picture. All right. There's no way that you've seen the extraction getting us out of there with a screw up. You got Biden, you got Kamala Harris, you've got Miss Millie, you've got that stupid admiral. These guys are running, managing our military forces, and I just have no faith, no confidence in any of them, and it's showing. Yeah, you leave our forces over there, build them up over there, and you can see, the incompetence we got for leadership is not going to change. So get them out of there. So, and what was amazing is Dan Bongino, one of them, actually had a CNN reporter after the Biden comes up. I mean, they're all, they're running videos of the Afghans being run over by that airplane, and the women being beaten and killed, and Biden comes out, and all he's wanting to talk about is mask up and the vaccinations. So I actually, seen them on video. The reporters were, frustrated that he didn't even mention Afghans in that news thing. I guess he's going to do something today, shoot. I think we're just the fact that you're seeing CNN freaking out and all these people freaking out. But I don't know. I guess us conservatives, we're not scratching our heads because we've seen this coming. We've seen a weak leadership. Can you imagine sitting there and watching Kamala Harris telling the leaders of Vietnam, oh, you don't have to be worried. We'll support you against China taking your outer islands. Meanwhile, the North Korean leaders are looking behind her at the TV of that airliner running over Afghanis. I guess, this is gonna. This is not going to be worried about them not. We're not being over there and they're coming here to fight. Of course, we could secure our southern border to stop that, but what we need to worry about is China and Russia. See, we ain't willing to do anything, or we got a weak leadership and weak military. So we are at risk like never before. So just prayers for my country, prayers for my fellow Americans, and above all, as long as the Steve Sommers overnight drive and this is on the air for us to listen to, we still have hope.
You still have a shred of hope, right? All right. Thank you, Chevy Guy. We got to get a news break here. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
As U.S. forces work to secure the Kabul airport in Afghanistan, the situation outside the perimeter has been described as chaos. USA's John Clemens reports.
In one part of Afghanistan, a rally in honor of the country's independence day from Great Britain in 1919 turned into a protest against a Taliban takeover that was quickly put down by the terrorists. Those trying to flee the country have been met with resistance as they tried to make it to the airport to seek freedom. Army General Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, expressed his frustration.
There was nothing that I or anyone else saw that indicated a collapse of this Army and this government in 11 days.
From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
This is USA Radio News.
Attention businesses of all sizes affected by COVID-19. The federal government has introduced the Employee Retention Credit. It's a new relief program that allows you to collect up to $14,000 per employee. If your business was forced to close due to COVID-19, or you lost 20% or more of your sales, you may qualify for free financial relief. There's no limit to the amount you can file for, and you don't have to pay the money back. Call the ERC program experts today. They'll explain to you how much you qualify for and how fast the funds can be in your business bank account. To find out if you qualify for the ERC program, call the IPG Law Group right now for details. There's no upfront cost to you, and you could receive up to $14,000 per employee. Call right now for details. 800-932-5197. 800-932-5197. 800-932-5197. That's 800-932-5197.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, aka Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania. Using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday diesel treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, back on a Friday here. TGIF, 20th day of August coming on. Yeah, I'm glad I scrolled down because it says he can't hold long, so I'm going to bump you up above Knucklebuster. Hello, Moose.
Hey, bud, what's going on?
Well, we're plugging away. How are you doing? You hanging in there?
I'm just plugging along too, buddy. I got up, fixed me a bologna sandwich. I said, well, about that time, I better call and tell everybody thanks personally, because there's a lot of wonderful cards and letters and flowers and everything come my way, and I can't name them all, but they know who they are, and I appreciate every one of them.
Well, I'm glad everything, I guess it sounds like you had quite the turnout there on Monday, and difficult time, I'm sure, but.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you one thing. It's something seemingly unfair about this whole situation, but I don't know. Hey, somebody knows a whole lot more has got the answer, and it ain't me.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've had a lot of. I really appreciate what everybody said and done, and cards and flowers and everything. It just it didn't. The whole situation didn't, just terrible. But that really hit home. I mean, that made things little easier, knowing that there's a lot of people out there thinking about you.
Sure. Yeah.
But I just been trying to get things loose ends tied up. I got a few appointments I got to make in the morning, and I'm going to get that done. We'll see what happens. I don't know. It's like, what do you do now?
Yeah. I mean, it's like in the blink of an eye, your whole world got turned upside down.
Yeah, sure did. So. Well, he said he won't put no more on us than we can handle, but he's had me on the anvil for the last 2 weeks, I tell you.
Wow. Yeah.
And, that make you question your faith and your whole perspective on life and everything else,
Mm.
And the worst thing in the world is sitting, I never in a million years would have realized how big this house got, And I come in here and sit down, and I might as well be sitting in the Coliseum, man. I mean, this house feels like a barn. I mean, it's altogether different now.
I cannot imagine. There are, you struggle for what to say. I can't identify with what you're going through. I mean, it's the kind of thing that none of us ever want to do. So,
well, the way I had everything set up, it was so, because both of us figured she'd be burying me, so that's the way I had everything set up, but that sure ain't the way it played out. I'm still waiting on answers, and got pathology and all that stuff is so backed up, but they said it might be 6 to 8 weeks before we have any definite answers on anything, but Eskimo mom come up, and there was a fella there, and in all the chaos, his name slipped my mind. He said he only called in to show once, but he listens every night. And I met him, nice fella, but I can't. With everything that was going on, his name just didn't stick, and I'm terrible with names anyway. But I think he knows who he is. So if I'd like to say thanks to them for coming up there and being there in person, A lot of wonderful people connected with this program, buddy. And I don't think that, first-time listener or whatever, realizes how deep the roots of your program run, And there's a lot of wonderful people out there, and boy, I tell you, they really showed the true colors to me over this ordeal. I'm so glad they did, 'cause times like this, a man can't get enough friends or encouragement. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
But I'm not even going to get on this whole bandwagon of all them Democrats and all of that stuff, because, I don't, to be honest with you, I don't even care.
Right now, I mean, you get things, there's more important things in life, I guess, when push comes to shove, right? Just things you can live without.
That's right.
Yeah.
And you know what? Instead of worrying about what old creepy Joe Petto's doing and all the Afghans and all of that crap, you might want to take a minute to just hug your folks you got right there at home and tell them how much you love them and appreciate them, because they may not be there tomorrow.
Yes.
And I know that for absolute fact. But anyway, I'll jump off here. I got to get to bed. I got a few things I got to do early in the morning. Just wanted to check in and tell everybody thanks. And everybody be careful out there and keep doing it to it like Pruitt used to do it to it. Know what I mean?
Well, trust me, we're all thinking about you. We miss you, and we hope for the best. I know it's going to be, it's a long recovery. They always say, all time heals all wounds, but you got to kind of wonder about that.
And they ain't no getting over this one. I doubt I live long enough to get around it, but they definitely ain't no getting over it.
Yeah.
But I appreciate all the thoughts and prayers, and we'll be 10-10 till we do it again. I'll be back on my feet here for long. I'll be aggravating you every night again here for long. So
it's good to hear your voice. Thanks for checking in
all right,
this morning. All righty. Yep.
See ya.
Good to hear from the big moose. All right. Okay, let's see who's checking in. Hello, Eskimo Mom. Happy Friday. 76 degrees, Northern Kentucky here. Already got some hints of fog this morning, but a pretty moon right now. Yeah, under the weather, I'll have to pull that up. Much of Kentucky, southern Ohio. Yeah, a lot of, I guess, as the night progresses, there's dense fog advisories for this region. Again, I'll pull that up here in a moment. Hello to Bruce from Wisconsin. Great show as always, Steve. Thank you. Thanks for listening in. Miss Millie says, good morning, Steve. Friday already. Looking forward to another great program. Everybody take care out there. You know, some of these comments for going back to like the first few moments, first half hour of the show. Hank says, hey, y'all, have a good Friday. Great weekend. We'll be done around the midnight hour Friday night. Okay. West Michigan checking in. Hello, One Crazy Ray this morning. Yeah, let's see. Timothy's with us. Heat Wave. I think Heat Wave's on the line up there. He's hanging in there. We'll get you coming up here. Let's see. Be careful if you're near Huntington, Indiana. There you go. Dense fog west of Huntington along US 24. National Weather Service in northern Indiana has a dense fog advisory until 3:30 this morning for this area. All right, so you got the fog. Gilligan, good morning, Steve. Another boring night on I-81. Hope everybody has a safe night, great weekend. Good to have you with us, Gilligan. So there you go. Back to the phones here. Let me get to Knucklebuster. Been hanging in there. Were your ears burning earlier, Knucklebuster?
Oh, yeah, absolutely there. Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers.
Morning.
Big Moose, peace and love to you from God our Father and his Son, Jesus Christ, brother. Just keep hanging in there. It ain't never going to get better, but you'll learn to live with it, and that's all you can do. He'll give you the strength to carry on there. Our government has proven one thing, Steve, that them and the long neck beer bottle have one thing in common. They're both empty from the neck up. And talking about that Mississippi, yeah, one of my granddaughters back to school. First thing, she's already back home, tested positive for COVID. Mama Knucklebuster, my daughter, and all the other kids went down there, and they all tested negative. She's the only one that's tested positive so far. I told the boss man this morning, you know what he told me, Steve?
What's
Get
that?
back in that truck and go to work. You ain't got no symptoms. Get back to work.
Keep on rolling, huh?
Yeah, I'm going to go take a test Saturday. We'll spine and make sure I ain't got it. I'll be 100%. I seen one of them domestic disputes on the side of the road one time over in Virginia. There was a big old 379 Peterbilt. He was just kind of 3 mile an hour down the road, and that gal walking in front of it there, she had that right arm and that middle finger stuck straight up in the air. So
yeah.
I was glad I wasn't in his shoes, buddy. I read today the VA, they sent me another email. The United States Postal Service is hiring 100,000 people. I'm saying, wow, imagine that. That might be a good job for some people if they want to do that. I read today that James Madison University in Virginia is training students and employees to recognize people who identify as male, straight, cisgender, or Christian, or oppressors that engage in the systemic subjugation of other social groups. Steve, I didn't even know what cisgender was. I had to look that up. It said it's denoting or relating to a person whose sense of personal identity and gender corresponds with their birth sex. This newfound attention to the plight of black trans folks by primarily cisgender allies is timely and necessary. I don't even know what all that means.
Who makes this stuff up, Knuckle Buster? It seems like somebody just had a dream, and that's crazy.
Yeah, I know it. I mean, I've been trying to be less white, but I just can't get it to wash off. I've scrubbed and it ain't coming off there. Well, let's get on with the rest of this mess here. The Pentagon was pressed Thursday to explain why the U.S. isn't rescuing Americans outside of the Kabul airport as the British are doing for their citizens. Well, Major General Hank Taylor, who serves as Deputy Director of the Joint Staff Regional Operations, replied that the U.S. focus was on securing Hamid Karzai International Airport. At this time, our main mission continues to be to secure KIA to allow those American citizens and other SIVs to come in and be processed at the airfield. Well, we're there to secure the airport, and you're on your own to get there. So,
yep.
Well, all I can tell Major General Hank Taylor, you're a coward, you're a traitor, and you're a first-class punk in my book there. Then old Vice President Kamala Harris there, she owns I read this, that she owns the execution of America's withdrawal from Afghanistan following her touting the role that she played in President Joe Biden's decision, according to the Los Angeles Times that reported on it Wednesday. So I don't know what part she played in it there, but I know maybe they'll just get her for all this junk, right? Is she actually the one in charge instead of Joe Biden?
Well, I think we all, to some extent, know that. Joe can't tie his own damn shoe.
No, I know that's right there. Well, I read in the Jerusalem Post, the Taliban has hijacked a theme park in Afghanistan, and they were out there just riding all the rides for free, Steve.
So I saw some of the videos, the riding in the bumper cars and the Ferris wheel. I didn't know if that was a joke or a Photoshop. So they really did have an amusement park there, huh?
Right. Yeah, that's according to the Jerusalem Post. That's a legit news agency there. So I mean, that's yeah. Well, if you got an AK-47 there, you can go ride at amusement park for free, right?
Yes.
That's all my baloney for right now. I'm waiting to get my COVID test Saturday, so once I get that out of the way, I don't know 100% whether I'm radioactive or not.
Yeah.
So other than that, we're just gonna keep sending that one granddaughter back down there to get a COVID test till she tests negative. So she just had coughing, said she had an earache, a couple other things. That's about it. It's kind of like flu symptoms or something, what I'm looking at it at. So anyway, that's all my baloney. We'll call you later on in the morning. Have a great one.
All right. Thank you much, Knucklebuster. Good to hear from you. I got a couple minutes before we hit top of the hour news update. I see we're got John Dunlap on the line. I was wondering about that. We've got Bowling Green, Ohio, and a big weekend kicked off today, Thursday. Now you got 2 big days ahead. What's going on this morning, John?
Hey, how you doing, Steve? Meant to call you at the bottom of the first hour like I usually try to, but we were still pulling tractors. We hadn't decided on our unlimited modified pull-off, so we still had a couple 3 to go at 12:30. So
wow.
Had to hold off and get out of the tower with all the noise. Great night of pulling in Bowling Green.
So day number 1 is in the books. Give us the full report, John. How things unfold here today.
Sure thing. So the aforementioned pull-off ended with our current leader in the point standings of the unlimited class, Chuck Knapp, winning with a distance of 336 feet after posting over 360 on his first pass. The light unlimited class is now tied going into the final hook tomorrow of the whole season. It's tied between Keith Wason and Steve Bollinger, who finished first and third tonight to draw into that tie. Defending champ Doug Theobald in the middle. The light superstock division was won by Josh Blackburn in his first appearance with NTPA this season. Jordan Spiegelberg drove for his brother Adam and continues the lead with Detonator Black as we head into the final 2 hooks of the season, one in Bowling Green the rest of this weekend, and then also next Friday in Wellington, Ohio, for the Friday Night Spectacular at the Lorain County Fair. That will wrap up the light superstock season. And then in modified four-wheel drive trucks, the current point leader, Jake Zaring in Fatheads Eyewear, won again tonight with 343-foot distance, and he extended his lead over the challengers, Ted Skelton, Carmen Foster, the Holman brothers, all finished down in the order a little bit, so Jake has a little bit more comfortable of a lead now. And in two-wheel drive, we had Ralph Hunt from Oakwood, Ohio, a regional national puller. Only pulls it was kind of part-time, and after planting and the initial farming season is over for him, he has a little bit of free time in August and September, and he comes out with us and won the class of 48 two-wheel drives tonight with a distance of 317 feet. The top point finisher was Clay Chastain, and he'll move up the standings.
So that's a lot of tractors. Kyle described Bowling Green, Ohio for this weekend as, they call it Pool Town, USA. So I guess, is this as big as it gets when it comes to NTPA action this weekend?
It is absolutely, yeah. It's the biggest pool in North America, no doubt. And our understanding of a few years ago, when I did a tally, I think, of number of campsites, it is the 5th largest motorsport campground in North America. So that's behind a few NASCAR tracks, but it ranks 5th, which is pretty remarkable for the sport of truck and tractor pulling. And tonight we had 133 entries and 134 hooks. To give you an idea how the rest of the weekend goes, we should be well over 600 by the time we wrap things up Saturday night.
Wow. So it'll take us through the day today. I mean, it's a late night. It's almost 2 a.m. Eastern. When do they get things fired up after you get some rest?
We'll get back after to noon, so it's about 5.5 hours sleep for most of us working the thing, and we'll be back up in the tower, back on the track for noon tomorrow, then 7 p.m. tomorrow, so 2 sessions tomorrow, and then on Saturday also at noon, and we'll wrap things up Saturday night at 6:30.
Okay, what kind of...
and those are all Eastern times. Mm-hmm.
What kind of admission cost? What cost to get in, and what all else to do up there? Is it kind of like a carnival festival atmosphere they've got going there?
It is at that. You can walk around the pole. If there is a class that doesn't interest you, you just kind of need to get up, stretch your legs a little bit. All kinds of vendors, both in terms of food and merchandise, as well as racing and pulling equipment. Just about every sort of vendor you can think of, either attached to motorsports or just kind of from around the community. The admission price is $20. I want to say in advance. You can buy still advance tickets at Kroger. The National Tractor Pulling Championships office is now closed to ticket sales, but you can still buy them at Kroger on the way in, save a couple bucks. I want to say it's $22 at the gate. If you want to buy tickets for tomorrow afternoon or for Saturday afternoon session, you actually have to buy the whole day, because once you're in, you're in. You can go back out to your car, but it is they don't clear the stands in between sessions. Okay. So you once you're in the fence, you're in for the day. So it's a $44 ticket at the gate tomorrow for the entire day, and then the evening session by itself would be $22.
Okay, all right. So it sounds entertaining. I know. Are you there live and in person this weekend, or?
Yes. Yep, that's a close pull for me. So I'll have made it to Toma and to Bowling Green. Rockwell, I called in from home, but here I'm at the motel room just a bit north of town with the rest of the NTPA crew, and figured I'd just get back to a quiet place and call you where I could actually think and hear myself talk. So.
Well, I'm glad to hear from you. I mentioned there at the tail end of the show last evening. I said, hey, they're in Bowling Green. Everything gets underway today. Maybe we'll hear from John Dunlap, because he'll have some hot off the press information for us. So they just finished up pulling a little after 12:30 this morning. Well, I appreciate the update.
Just a little bit after that.
Appreciate the update, John. Always great to hear from you. And we'll look forward to your additional updates once they conclude the weekend early next week.
Yep, and one last thing, we do settle a semi-championship, our 20,000-pound super semis. So if that's of interest to your listeners, tomorrow night is the first session of semis, and then Saturday night we have the big finale of the season. We'll crown a champion. So anybody interested, close to Bowling Green, or wish to watch it on our live stream service, ntpa.tv. You can buy per session passes or buy a whole year for $2.99.
Yeah, Kyle said, he sent me some show notes, and he said the super semis is a crowd favorite, apparently.
It is, yes. They go crazy for them in Bowling Green, and we get among the biggest crowds of semis we get all year long here. Yeah, quite a few local trucks that don't pull with us over the course of the entire season, and so it's interesting to see who shows up in Bowling Green to kind of try to play with the big boys, and they often topple them.
That's great. Well, great to hear from you. Have a good Friday, Saturday session, and we'll hear from you next week. John Dunlap live. Coming our way to this morning from Bowling Green, Ohio. Big weekend underway. All right, we'll get our news update as we roll into a Friday. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
As U.S. forces work to secure the Kabul airport in Afghanistan, the situation outside the perimeter has been described as chaos. USA's John Clemens reports.
In one part of Afghanistan, a rally in honor of the country's Independence Day from Great Britain in 1919 turned into a protest against the Taliban takeover that was quickly put down by the terrorists. Those trying to flee the country have been met with resistance as they tried to make it to the airport to seek freedom. Army General Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, expressed his frustration.
There was nothing that I or anyone else saw that indicated a collapse of this Army and this government in 11 days.
From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA, or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
A man in a pickup truck parked near the Library of Congress on Capitol Hill and told police he had a bomb.
Floyd Roy Rosenberry from Grover, North Carolina, was taken into custody without incident.
Capitol Police Chief Tom Manger says officers had been trying for hours to talk to him.
Over the course of time, we tried to negotiate with Mr. Rosenberry. We first started doing that with a whiteboard, just writing messages back and forth. We used a robot to get a telephone down to him, but he would not use the telephone.
Negotiations lasted for about 5 hours. In North Carolina, 2 people have died and dozens are missing after flooding caused by Tropical Storm Fred. Now, as a post-tropical cyclone, Fred is drenching New England and New York. Meanwhile, Tropical Storm Grace passed over the Yucatan Peninsula and into open waters. It's expected to return to hurricane strength before striking Mexico a second time this weekend. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo lovers, you have to try Bingo Treasure, the bingo game you play anywhere. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com from your smartphone, your tablet, or your computer and play Bingo Treasure for free. Play one card, play more. Work your way through the maze of bingo fun. Bingo Treasure is bingo at the next level. Go right now to BingoRadioUSA.com for your free account and free play. Join the bingo revolution. It's free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com.
The United Kingdom is speaking out against the Biden administration's handling of the situation in Afghanistan. USA's Lance Pry reports.
Parliament's distrust of American leadership is front and center in our relationship. From the floor of Parliament Wednesday, Tom Tugendhat.
To see their commander-in-chief call into question the courage of men I fought with, to claim that they ran, it's shameful. Those who have never fought for the colours they fly should be careful about criticising those who have.
UK Brexit Party leader Nigel Farage on Fox News Thursday.
Joe Biden chose unilaterally, without any consultation with NATO, without any consultation with us, your closest ally for the last century and a bit more, chose unilaterally to decide the timing and the method by which American troops would leave Afghanistan. It is certainly not how you treat a NATO alliance, which since the late 1940s has done so much to preserve peace in the world.
From the West Coast USA Radio News Bureau, I'm Lance Pry.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is upset. 4 of the state's biggest school districts are defying his order and telling students to wear masks to ward off the Delta variant of the coronavirus.
While all the world burns and while parts of our country burn, you have this obsession that a little 5-year-old should not be able to go to school without wearing that mask for 8 hours a day.
For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you so much. Welcome back. Rolling into hour number 3 here on a Friday morning. Meanwhile, our number 844-3388. Now we get back to the calls here. Eagle's been hanging in there. Morning, Eagle. Happy Friday.
Okay. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We got you.
Can you hear me? Yeah. I got these headphones on. I just got to the truck stop here, and let's see, where the hell am I at tonight? Oh yeah, I'm in Oklahoma right now. Yeah, the weather is a little bit raining a little bit down here where I'm at, coming out of Dallas, Texas. Yeah, so yeah, hopefully the weather will stay pretty good, for the rest of the night. But I think I'm going to bed after I hang up with you. I'll listen to a few callers at night. But okay, you still there, Steve?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I was pulling up the radar, see what you're looking at there in Texas.
Yeah. Let me know what you see about Oklahoma. I'm over here close to headed towards Oklahoma City. But yeah, you know something, Steve. I'm gonna say something. Well, I'm gonna say a lot of things tonight. But first thing I want to talk about is the president, the former president of Afghanistan. A lot of people out there talking real bad about Joe Biden is the worst this, the worst that. Well, they need to take a look at that guy, the president. You want to talk about a coward? Not only are the military that the U.S. trained Afghani people cowards, but I guess they learned it from their leader because he's definitely a coward, Steve. That guy that skipped out of town, the Afghan president, and then he had the nerve to steal money, Steve. They said that he packed so much money in this helicopter that he was in that they couldn't even close the door. He started to stuff the helicopter full of money. So this guy here not only is he a coward, but he a thief too. So you want to talk about Joe Biden? I guess he can look to that. I guess he can't feel too bad when he take a look at the Afghan president, Steve, because I think that guy's actually worse than good old Joe Biden. The way it looked to me. But you know something, Steve? I listened to a radio show today, and a guy called in, and he said something today, man, about Joe Biden and all the dots connected. All the dots are connected. Whoever this guy was, a very smart individual, Steve. And I'm going to tell you what he said right now. You still there?
Okay. Yeah, lay it on us. You go.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. My headphones are fading in and out. Okay, let me take these things off. Okay, yeah. This guy here said something, Steve, that totally shocked me when he said this. He said that China helped Joe Biden get in the White House. That's right. China helped him get in the White House. They helped him rig it up. And guess what? In return, Joe Biden had to give them Afghanistan because, you know, all the riches that they have and all the different mines and all that in return. Because listen, Steve, I've never seen somebody so passive in my life. You know, if this guy here, man, he holds a news conference. Listen, these people's lives are in danger, Steve. You got 40 to 50,000 individuals stranded over there in Afghanistan, and he holds a press conference 2 days ago and walks off the stage. He doesn't even answer, take no questions. And then the next day he holds a conference, press conference about the coronavirus and walks off the stage. Don't take no questions whatsoever. Now who the hell does he think he is? You got people's lives, people's families are wondering what the hell's going on. What is Joe Biden gonna do to get their families back into the country? And this guy don't even want to take no questions. Is this guy, you kidding me? This guy here needs to go. He needs to hit the door and don't let him hit in the rear end on the way out. Because this has gone too far, Steve. When you won't even answer the people's families, people that put their life on the line for the USA, and this man can't even show the families respect enough to answer the questions of the reporters about what's going on and what are your intentions on getting these people out of the country. You got to be kidding me. And now let me get to the Taliban situation. The Taliban, these group of snakes. The lowest of the low. You don't get no lower than a Taliban individual at this point, Steve. These guys here, I told you that 2 nights ago. The Taliban claim that they the new and improved Taliban. Right. They gonna start respecting women. They ain't respecting nobody. They already got videos of these guys assaulting women, beating up women, killing women for not having a burqa on.
Yep.
They said, I don't know, I learned something else new, Steve. Did you know they said that if a woman wears nail polish on her hands, that they will cut her fingers off. A woman the Taliban don't allow women to wear nail polish on their fingers. They'll cut their fingers off. That's how low life these guys are. And they're already attacking people. They got a checkpoint set up. That's the reason why so many Americans are having a hard time getting into this airport, because the Taliban has a checkpoint set. There's only one way into the place, and these losers have a checkpoint that you have to go through. And so they haven't changed, Steve. So like I say, let me put it to you this way, Steve. Here's how it goes with me in this situation, because I wouldn't even play games with these guys. I put it to the Taliban like this. If we had a president, Mr. Invisible, that's what I'm gonna call him now. That's what Laura Ingraham calls him, Mr. Invisible, because he doesn't exist. We don't have a president right now, Steve. You call him the Invisible Man. So here's how it goes, Steve. If we had a real president like Donald Trump, and he already said what he would do, I would bomb the hell out of the Taliban. Those are the words that came out of Donald Trump's mouth. I would bomb the hell out of the Taliban. That checkpoint they got set up on that one-way road to the airport, it wouldn't exist after I finished with it, because I would bomb the hell out. And you see how fast the Taliban let them Americans and everybody else get on them planes and get the hell out of town. You can't play games with these people, Steve, because if you do, it's going to be a slaughter. If we had a president that actually put his foot down to the ground, and we wouldn't even be in this situation right now. But like I say, the whole thing was done backwards, Steve, because I'm really irritated. You don't, like, you've had people call in night after night on this situation. You don't take the troops out first and leave all the people behind and then have to go in and send more troops in. You get the people out then you pull the troops out. But somebody forgot to tell Joe Biden that. So since he has such a bad memory, maybe he'll remember it like Donald Trump said. Maybe he'll remember when he in the unemployment line come 2024 and Donald Trump is back in the White House. And I thank you for taking my call tonight, Steve.
Thank you, Eagle. Thank you very much. And you have a great weekend. I think the only problem now is, the idea, bomb the hell out of them. You've got those convoys, like I said, of vehicles. Yeah, they're all just lined up. Just go down the line and take them all out. The problem therein lies to do that now prior to getting all those Americans out. Suddenly they are all rounded up. They are hostages. And it becomes it's going to be a bloodbath one way or the other. I mean, for the Afghans that worked with the United States and the UK over those 20 years while we were there, they're not allowing them to get into the airport. As far as U.S. citizens, I'm not sure what hurdles they're having to cross, but there's supposedly like 50,000 people out there at the gates trying to get into that airport. Anyone trying to get in, if you're a U.S. citizen, you can't get through the crowd, the herd, to even get through the gates to try to get a flight out. Yeah, well, that's the predicament they're in. Bad situation, as they say. About 18 past the hour. Heat wave coming up next. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
So they're trying to pick up the pace to get more evacuees out on any given day, but there are hurdles. Like I said, they can't get to the damn airport. The Taliban, and they've got their checkpoints surrounding the airport. Major barriers for Afghans who fear that their past work with us makes them a target for retribution. There are hundreds of Afghans who lack any papers or promises of flights that have congregated at the airport. Doesn't help that many of the Taliban fighters can't read the documents anyway. John Kirby, the Pentagon spokesman, said, "We have the aircraft available to move 5,000 to 9,000 a day, but far fewer are able to reach and enter the airport. Each of the past 2 days, about 2,000 have been flown out." Kirby told reporters the limiting factor right now is available evacuees, not the aircraft. We're trying to speed up the processing, adding State Department consular officers to verify paperwork. Yeah, for those who manage to get to the airport, additional entry gates have been added, he says. But at this rate, it's not likely we're going to be able to evacuate all the Americans and Afghans qualified for an evacuation by the end of the month. Now, this is only the 20th day. They're talking 11 days from now, still not able to get them out of there. President assures us no American will be left behind. Not clear if Biden might consider extending the deadline for those who are not American citizens. Taliban militants firing into the air this past day, trying to control the crowds gathered at the airport's blast walls. U.S. Navy fighter jets flying overhead. I think they've got F-18s flying overhead as a reminder to the Taliban that we have firepower to respond if there is some sort of a combat crisis. But there's no numbers. There's no accurate figure of Americans or Afghanistans or others that need to be evacuated. State Department says when it ordered their non-essential embassy staff to leave in April, so yeah, that says, okay, non-essential. They said less than 4,000 Americans had registered for security updates. So the actual number, including dual U.S. Afghan citizens and their family members, probably 11 to 15,000, and tens of thousands of Afghans may also be in need of escape. We have no way to track how many registered Americans may have left the country already, they say. Some have returned to the U.S., others have gone to third countries. It's just what a mess. All right, there, let's get back to the calls here. What's going on, senor? Welcome aboard, Heat Wave.
Good morning, senor. How are you doing this morning?
Doing well.
I am alive with fire. Thank you. Appreciate it. Hey, I tell you what, I'm going to mention this gentleman's name, and he can call back and he can cuss me out and tell me not to put his name in my mouth or whatever. But, we went to Afghanistan for a mission. After we got the terrorist attack, we went in there to get bin Laden. We got him. We should have pulled out then and told the UN or NATO, hey, you're on your own. Yeah, that's the way I feel about it. We shouldn't have been there for 20 damn years to teach a bunch of pansies supposedly how to fight. It took, 10 years to get bin Laden, if that? 12 years? I don't remember when he supposedly kicked the bucket. But, when that happened, we should have went ahead and started downsizing and bringing our people back. We didn't have to worry about our southern border until, Obama decided, you know what, just come on over. Trump put an end to that by saying, you know what, we're building the wall. And this idiot right now, the party moniker of the Democrats sure fits them well, doesn't it? Jackass. Anyways, when Biden basically opened up the border, shut down shut down the wall being built, that's truly where our troops needed to be, right there. Put them there on a 6-month rotation. If they see anybody from the other side that are cartel members, don't hesitate. Just shoot to kill. And if you get enough dead bodies up there, the cartel is going to think, you know what, there's something to this thing about sending illegals over, drugs. And we've got to know where these cartels are located. Let's just get some damn drones up there, shoot some Hellfire missiles at them, and be done with it.
Mm-hmm.
Let these people know that we mean business. We're tired of this nonsense. And that's what Trump had said during an interview with Sean Hannity concerning the Taliban. He had said last year, that he had talked personally with the one who said he was the leader of the Taliban army. And he told him straight up, Trump said, look, we're going to have an orderly withdrawal here. We are not going to put up with you backstabbing, turning around, and killing people. And he says, I know exactly where you live.
Mm-hmm.
And he mentioned the name of that town. And he said that guy's eyes just got to the size of silver dollars. He knows Trump wasn't going to play around. But this clown we got up there in the White House, the hell with him. You know, I mean, a damn 6-month-old shouldn't be afraid of that old fart. Well, maybe he should with the way he talks about kids and his hairs on his legs. But, I'll get back. There is no reason why we should go from one of the greatest superpowers on this earth to that of a third world country, which is where we're heading to with all the crap that's going on here. Why would you cut our feet out from under us when we were doing so good, being energy dependent, shooting oil and gas out across the seas instead of bringing it in? Why should we have to ask and beg OPEC plus Russia to up their output production when we have the capacity right here? You know, it is aggravating to say the least. Here in New Mexico, we got a jackass for a governor, Michelle Lujan Grisham, and she has put a mask mandate for the next 2 weeks starting today. Well, hell, they got signs out here saying the vaccines work, they're safe and effective. You know, my question is, well, if the vaccine works, why wear the mask? And if the mask work, why get vaccine? Why get vaccinated? There's something very, very wrong with this scenario. But anyways, yeah, like I said, I'm alive with fire. I'm probably jumping all over the place here, but it just irritation abounds. Now, we had an incident in Albuquerque yesterday, which four law enforcement officers were shot. All right. Good Lord. The 3 of them were shot. I think one of them was in critical. 2 of them were saved by their vest. And another one suffered a shrapnel wounds. And I happened to be driving in the interstate along that area, and they had a helicopter flying around doing circles. They had state, county, local, and all sorts of different police officers from other communities coming in trying to look for these guys. They got 3, I think, and there was one more on the loose. I don't know if they got him, but, the police officers, firefighters, first responders, we don't know if we're going to make it through to the next day. Every day seems routine to us out here, but all of us, we face dangers that we don't know is coming until it comes at us head on. Mm-hmm. And I sure hope the police officers are doing well out here. Pray for their speedy recovery. And I had mentioned on Facebook here the other day that, we ought to bring back the death penalty and use it. And maybe some of these people will change their minds about committing these heinous acts. And I had one dissenter. He was like, well, I don't trust the judicial system. And how many innocent people will get killed before we find out they're innocent? Mm-hmm. Well, you know what? That would be blood on our heads. But with the forensics being the way they are, especially with DNA testing, we got video cameras all over this place. You can't go 5 miles or 2 miles for that matter without getting photographed somewhere. And if you have credible witnesses, that's it. You don't give them a lifetime on death row waiting for their date, which may be never. They may die executed. Get it, put it back, reinstate it, and use the damn thing instead of just saying, hey, you're going to get the belt if you do this. Right. A lot of times all you had to do was scare a kid with the belt and they wouldn't do what they were doing. But, show these people we mean business. I don't care if it's local, if it's federal, if it's overseas. And that was another thing too. Yeah, apparently Trump had a team that would go in and get people out of these countries that were in danger of being overrun. And on Dan Bongino's show, he had a guest that had called in and said that the funding for that particular program had been cut and was I don't want to say dismembered, but disassembled. So, and that was like 2 weeks before this chaotic mess happened. And so the idea is Biden is going to blame Trump for everything that's gone wrong, and he's going to blame the military for not doing its job of getting people out. We just need to go in, take care of business, win, and not worry about someone's damn holidays or community affairs or whatever. Win the war, get out, and let NATO or the UN get in. Because I'm pretty sure China's going to come in to Afghanistan now and take over. And I sure hope them people can learn to speak Cantonese and Mandarin. New masters are going to do. So, Eagle, if you want to come back and say it there on policy, please go right ahead. I like a good debate. Steve, we'll talk to you later, senor.
Have a good morning, good weekend. If we don't talk to you before, we got to get our news break here, right? It is 844-844-3388 to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
American citizens and Afghan allies are still being airlifted out of Afghanistan. The situation at the airport in Kabul is still on edge as people try to escape the war-torn country.
We want to get as many people out of Kabul as we can in as little amount of time as we can. There are no hostile interactions right now between American forces and the Taliban, and we want to keep it that way.
Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby, he says the top mission for the American military is maintaining security at the airport in Kabul. Billions of dollars of U.S. military hardware and supplies are now in the hands of the Taliban. The Pentagon says the U.S. military evacuated 2,000 people in the past 24 hours. At least 300 Americans were included in the evacuations. This is USA Radio News.
Attention businesses of all sizes affected by COVID-19. The federal government has introduced the Employee Retention Credit. It's a new relief program that allows you to collect up to $14,000 per employee. If your business was forced to close due to COVID-19, or you lost 20% or more of your sales, you may qualify for free financial relief. There's no limit to the amount you can file for, and you don't have to pay the money back. Call the ERC program experts today. They'll explain to you how much you qualify for and how fast the funds can be in your business bank account. To find out if you qualify for the ERC program, call the IPG Law Group right now for details. There's no upfront cost to you, and you could receive up to $14,000 per employee. Call right now for details. 800-932-5197. 800-932-5197. 800-932-5197. That's 800-932-5197.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right, back at it here. Totally different topic. Someone last evening brought up the Durham report. Whatever happened to the Durham report, right? I guess they're finally getting around to it. The pending report from Durham. If you forgot, he's the guy that was tasked with investigating the origins of the FBI's Trump-Russia probe, the Russia collusion delusion scenario. And it should be released to the public, according to Senate Republicans this week. More than 40 Republican senators, including Mitch McConnell, signed a letter to the Attorney General, Merrick Garland, asking that Durham, the former U.S. attorney, be allowed to continue the investigation and that his report is released to the public so we can all see for ourselves. Now, there have been questions about whether Durham's investigation is going to lack funding past the end of the fiscal year. He was tapped by then Attorney General William Barr way back when. The ongoing work is important to many Americans, disturbed that government agents subverted lawful process to conduct inappropriate surveillance for political purposes. According to the Republican senators in the letter, the truth pursued by this investigation is necessary to ensure transparency in our intelligence agencies and restore faith in our civil liberties. Thus, it is essential that the special counsel's ongoing review should be allowed to continue unimpeded without undue limitations. I mean, we're over 2 years into this investigation already, and we still don't have any answers. America's national security apparatus was weaponized to take down Trump, and the American people deserve to know how this occurred, according to Marsha Blackburn. She's leading the effort. You know, there's been very little progress about how things are coming along. According to the August 13th report, the investigation is still active and is now presenting evidence to a grand jury, citing anonymous sources. Now, if Durham presents evidence before a grand jury, it suggests he's considering more criminal charges beyond the case against the former FBI lawyer, Kevin Kleinsmith, who actually pleaded guilty to altering an email about former Trump campaign aide Carter Page. He was placed under FBI surveillance in an operation that was later flagged back in December of 2019. So again, who all might be facing charges? How many might be facing? Those are all questions we will await the answers for. Meanwhile, we get back to the calls here. Let's see. Is this Daryl?
No, this is John.
Hello, John.
Hey, good morning, Steve. Good to talk to you. It's nice that you're on the air. I'm looking for a beacon of hope tonight because I'm getting awful down with all this crap. People thinking that it seems like they are injecting chaos into our society to just keep us at each other's throats.
Yeah.
And for the benefit of the elite way at the top. I mean, it's on with this Afghanistan thing. How else could it be that it would be haphazardly done this way? It's mistake after mistake after mistake, buffoonery. I don't know. I'd like kind of your take on how to maintain hope in all this stuff. And if you would be willing to answer, have you got the vaccine?
I have not got the vaccine to date. No, sir.
Thank you for that. It just feels like they shove crap down our throat on a daily basis that isn't true, and it's hard to figure out who to believe.
Yeah,
I don't believe anybody.
There's a lot of conflicting information out there, and it's hard to really know. I've been saying for weeks that I'm very, very betwixt about whether to go ahead and get it or not get it because we don't know the long-term implications, and that's the concern that so many, like myself, have. At the same time, with each passing day, when I see some friends via social media and whatnot that are coming down with it, some sicker than others, you just don't know. I'm taking a risk, I guess, by not getting it, but I would be taking, in my mind, I'd be taking a similar risk if I were to get it, and it's just. So I've been doing my best to continue. I don't go into highly populated places. I'm not going out to the bars and whatnot. And when I do go into restaurants, I try to remember to make sure you wash your hands and all that stuff. Don't rub your eyes. And that's what we've been doing since the very beginning.
I know, but look at what this country's become. I mean, it's a former shell of what it used to be. There were people are trying to tear it down from within. Makes a person so. It's just so disappointing.
I see where you're. It can kind of get overwhelming, right? I mean, with the negativity, sometimes you just have to kind of like, you know what? Turn off the television. Turn off the radio, just don't pay attention to some news. Get away from it all for a few days. Like Big Moose said earlier, there are important things in our lives, our family, those around us that we love. Yeah, you can't let it get you down. Maybe easier said than done, but just try to get away from it all, maybe focus on some of the positive things and whatnot. On any given day, I step out and I'll be looking up toward the heavens. See the beautiful moon like we've got out there tonight. Going to be a full moon this weekend. And I just kind of say, you know what? Thank you, Lord. Thank you for the opportunity to have a wonderful life and a wonderful family and a wonderful wife. It's, of course, then trying to keep up with what's going on, all the current events. it does get kind of depressing. But don't let it get you too down there, John. And have a great weekend. Hey, I mentioned the full moon. An uncommon event in the night sky coming up here. For those that don't know what's happening, it's probably going to go unnoticed. But as the full moon is set to rise Saturday evening, it will appear similar to others that rise throughout the year. But this one will be a bit different than every other full moon this year. Saturday night's full moon is a blue moon. Now, blue moons are commonly considered to be the second full moon in a calendar month. It happens every 2 or 3 years. Last year, it happened on Halloween, recall? Now, this is how the phrase once in a blue moon came about. There's another way that a full moon can take on the nickname of the blue moon. Almost every season has 3 full moons. Spring, summer, winter, fall. But every few years, there is a season that has an extra full moon. When this happens, the third of the 4 full moons is considered a seasonal blue moon. This is the case in the summer of 21, the third of this season's 4 full moons, rising after sunset this Saturday night. Of course, despite the nickname, the moon will not appear blue. This weekend's full moon will look similar to many other full moons, but it may appear slightly red, orange, or yellowish when it's near the horizon. Same reason, sunsets sometimes have the vibrant colors, and especially in areas where you have the smoke from the wildfires in the atmosphere may have some beautiful colors to the moon. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Back into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolator. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, so looks like gonna be a big rally coming up. Donald Trump, what is expected to be the largest rally since he was president, coming up Saturday. York Family Farms, Cullman, Alabama. We'll feature Trump delivering his most damning indictment of the Biden administration to date. Of course, talking about the Afghanistan disaster. The outdoor rally to be hosted by the Alabama Republican Party starting 7 o'clock Eastern Time. A crowd of at least 50,000 Trump supporters expected to show up. President scheduled to take the stage 8 p.m. Newsmax will actually be covering this Trump rally live. Coleman is in Alabama's District 4, which they cite as Trump's best congressional district in the country. In both 2016 and 2020, Trump and the people of Alabama have a special relationship, according to the Republican Party chairman there. The energy out there, the enthusiasm, just how much people are looking forward to this, that really helps me feed off that energy, get the job done as we're working on this day and night to make it happen. All right, for the safety of those in attendance, they will distribute free masks and hand sanitizer to whoever wants it. Masks will not be required to enter. Of course, Trump held his first post-presidency rally back in June at the Lorain County Fairgrounds in Ohio. Followed that with a rally July 3rd at the Sarasota Fairgrounds in Florida. Third rally was staged July 24th at the Federal Theater in Phoenix, Arizona. Security Saturday is expected to be ultra high, with local and state law enforcement and Secret Service agents on hand directing motorists. There's the ongoing speculation Trump's preparing to announce he will look to oust Biden in 2024 and will soon announce his candidacy for president. Last week, Sean Spicer, former White House communications director, predicting Trump will indeed throw his hat in the ring. Guess some are thinking with each progressing rally that this may be the one. Maybe it will, maybe it won't, but that's why people want to be there, just in case they want to be there in person for the big announcement. Hey, good morning, Lone Ranger.
Good morning. Steve, why is this Durham investigation taking so long?
I wish I had an answer to that question. Yes, 2 years. I mean, remember when the same Republicans moaned and complained and bitched about the Mueller investigation dragging on for years like it did? It's kind of a similar scenario, but the shoe's on the other foot. Why is it taking so long? Good question.
Well, you mentioned that they're running out of money. Of course they're running out of money. This guy's milking this thing for every dollar he can get. I'm totally convinced that he's used to work for PennDOT highway crew. It takes years to redo a highway here in Pennsylvania, and other states do it in months. It takes years. But it sounds like he's milking it. You know what? I'd love to hear people who even remember what he's investigating. I bet you people don't even remember what he's investigating right now.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's get to what's going on today. The one gentleman mentioned that he's totally disgusted. Anybody that pays attention is totally disgusted. The pussification of America started in the 60s during the Vietnam era. That's originally where these liberal professors came from. That's where they originated, that are brainwashing our students and pussifying the men while they're in college. So they come out with their man buns and wearing dresses or whatever. But it started in the 60s. During Vietnam, people were looking for everything they could, every way to get out of being drafted. So they did want to go to Vietnam. Some of them ran to Canada. And if you were going to go to college to be an educator, you could get a draft deferment. So a lot of the pussified men went to college to be educators, became professors, teachers, whatever. That's where the indoctrination of American students, that's where it started. And look where we are now. go to 2021, you have two generals, Austin and Milley. They're more concerned about wokeism, which is another word for political correctness, in the military. Wokeism and political correctness, worrying about who's gay and who's this and who's that, that is a distraction. You can't be distracted in the military. You have to focus on your mission. The whole world is laughing at us with what's going on right now. And who would ever think that a pussified man would be in our White House? Nobody has any respect for this guy. Nobody's afraid of him. A huge crisis comes up, and what does he do? He goes on vacation to eat ice cream. Now let's go back to when Trump was president. We had a huge crisis called the COVID-19. So look at the difference. He didn't run away and go on vacation to eat ice cream and play golf. Every single day he had a news conference to discuss the updates on the COVID-19 issue. Remember that? Every single day there was a news conference. And unlike Biden, who can't answer a question, he would answer the questions. He would, on the way to the helicopter, he'd stop and answer questions to reporters. Always would answer any question. Whether or not they liked his answer, that was a different story. But Biden cannot, he doesn't have the ability to answer a tough question. He was in an interview with George Stephanopoulos the other day, and he made an ignorant statement that even though this a bit chaotic in Afghanistan at the airport, nobody had died. This was a couple days after we saw a video of people falling off an airplane to their death. And he said nobody died. So I guess he considers the Afghan people to be nobodies. Now, as far as the Afghan people, the Democrat Party wants to bring as many people into this country as they can who weren't born in this country. They want to fill it up with people not born here because that's their way of saying, hey, we're the Democrat Party. We brought you to America. Vote for us. It's all about votes. It makes no sense at all. And although the Afghan people deserve credit for helping us out, there's liberals saying we should bring 1 million Afghans into this country. Now, let's look at what happened not too many years ago when Germany brought a bunch of Afghan refugees into their country. Remember what happened, Steve? Remember the women getting raped and abused? Because in Afghanistan, women are second-class citizens. There was guys walking up to women in Germany and, groping them, feeling them up, whatever, because where they come from, that was okay. Mm-hmm. Because women don't have the same rights as men. So here we are. Trump's plan in Afghanistan was to first get out the citizens that were working for the government, the embassy and all these people, and maybe even some of the Afghans, get them out first, then get the equipment out as much as they could. Then, now this is while there's 2,500 troops still there, then level the buildings, then gradually take the troops out. We have security forces almost every place in the world where we ever had a war. Europe, Japan, Korea, there's still security forces there. So Biden pulls out the security forces and leaves the government workers unsecured. So of course the Taliban moves in. There's nobody there to shoot back at them. They just move right in. There's no security force there. So now he's stuck in this rut. He's trying to get people out. And by the way, I just heard the other day, the British are getting their people out because they're getting in vehicles, driving to locations outside the airport, picking up their people, bringing them back in, and flying them home. Now, why aren't we doing that? We have surrendered to a bunch of goat herders with 1940s weapons. Well, they did have 1940 weapons. Now they have our weapons.
And now they're much up to date now.
We have armed the Taliban. They have our helicopters, our Humvees, hundreds, maybe thousands of M16s. They're totally armed. And now, once everybody's out of there, they can restart the training camps for the terrorists, which is what they did before. And let's not forget the Taliban is based in Pakistan, so they can work back and forth with both countries. Let's not forget that Pakistan was the country that was hiding bin Laden. So here we go. We have a pussified president who nobody's afraid of. Now, he's got his approval rating just dropped down below 50%. And they say when that happens to a president, historically, they will lose a lot of seats in Congress. Hopefully that's true. But now they said his approval rating is at 49.5%. Who the hell are the 49.5% that think he's doing a good job? I'd like to see interviews.
That's a good question, Ranger. I got to get our news update here. Top of the hour has come. And yes, you are correct. Yeah, you've got the British and the French forces that are going out of the perimeter at the airport to gather up their citizens to get them the hell out of there. Some are questioning why aren't we? You know, we have this memory of the Black Hawk Down scenario. Going out to rescue individuals. They're afraid of a repeat of that sort of scenario, Black Hawk Down. But we return after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
American citizens and Afghan allies are still being airlifted out of Afghanistan. The situation at the airport in Kabul is still on edge as people try to escape the war-torn country.
We want to get as many people out of Kabul as we can in as little amount of time as we can. There are no hostile interactions right now between American forces and the Taliban, and we want to keep it that way.
Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby, he says the top mission for the American military is maintaining security at the airport in Kabul. Billions of dollars of U.S. military hardware and supplies are now in the hands of the Taliban. The Pentagon says the U.S. military evacuated 2,000 people in the past 24 hours. At least 300 Americans were included in the evacuations. This is USA Radio News.
The best companion a pillow has ever had. You've heard me talking about Mike Lindell's Giza Dreams bed sheets now for a couple of years. They're the perfect companion to the MyPillow. Made with the world's best cotton called Giza, grown only in a region between the Sahara Desert, the Mediterranean Sea, and the Nile River. Its long staple cotton makes it ultra soft and breathable. And just like the MyPillow, there's a 60-day money-back guarantee, 10-year warranty. Try it for yourself. Mike Lindell and I promise you'll sleep better or you get your money back. Go to MyPillow.com, click on the radio listener special, use my promo code USA. You'll get 2-for-1 pricing plus free shipping, but only by using my promo code USA. Or call 1-800-951-8175 and ask for the Giza Dream Sheets special. And the promo code USA gets you up to 66% off the entire line of MyPillow products. Sleep better with the Giza Dreams bed sheets and save at MyPillow.com. Promo code USA.
For the first time in nearly 6 weeks, state officials said there were enough lawmakers present in the Texas House for the chamber to conduct business, opening the door for passage of the GOP priority elections bill that Democrats have been attempting to kill for the past several weeks by staying far away from the Capitol. The margin was razor thin, and it was unclear for hours before gaveling in whether Republicans had gotten enough members in the chamber to begin their work. Even Republican State Congressman Steve Allison of San Antonio, who confirmed he was positive for COVID-19 a day earlier, showed up to the House to help swing the numbers, though he stayed isolated in a room on the other side of the chamber. The quorum was reached with the help of 3 Democrats who broke ranks with other members still refusing to return. Those 3 Democrats joined some other Democrats who have already trickled back to the chamber after initially participating in the quorum bust. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Hi, this is Dr. Joel Wallach, and I want to tell you that arthritis is not a genetic thing. It's not a disease of aging. Neither is osteoporosis. Get a hold of my book. It's all in your head. It goes into the 25 different diseases you get when you have osteoporosis of the skull. These are all reversible. You take the Healthy Bone and Joint Pack, the MSM, vitamin D3, stay away from all the bad foods, including gluten, and guess what? you'll regrow all your bones, including your skull and your legs and your hips and everything else. Contact us at usaradiohealth.com. That's usaradiohealth.com.
President Biden is giving the green light for COVID-19 booster shots. USA Radio's Tim Berg has more.
At the White House, Biden explaining it'll be easy to get the third shot. The president saying Americans should get the booster shot 8 months after they've got their second dose of a coronavirus vaccine. If you choose not to get that booster shot, Dr. Susanna Hills tells USA Radio News you'll be susceptible to COVID-19 as the vaccine does eventually wear off.
Particularly those who are moderately to severely immunocompromised, people who have had organ transplants or who have certain immune system illnesses that put them at higher risk for having a lower immune response. Those are the folks who are really going to be most at risk. It still seems that people who have a normal responsive immune system are likely to have good protection from the things we are most worried about, like hospitalization and death and severe illness. They're likely to have good protection still. It's really the folks who are immunocompromised who are most worried about at this point.
From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
You can listen to current news or past news from the archives on our website at usaradio.com. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right. Hello to Norman. Central Kansas is checking in this morning. Dave says, blew a tire tonight in Lodi, Ohio. Just listening in to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, waiting for some new rubber. Okay, good to have you with us. Rocky checking in. Morning, Sir Steve. TGIF. Papa Rock checking in. Shreveport, Louisiana. Heading 80 miles south, load up, head back north, unload, then to the home 20 for the weekend. Everybody have a good weekend. Thank you much. Good to have you with us. Let's see, several others. Doomster checking in. Doomster in the house is his handle. I guess going back to the conversation about the vaccine I was having with John earlier, he said, trust your gut, Steve, trust your gut. That's what I've been trying to do. But boy, you have questions in your mind. Is your gut instinct always right? Yeah, I like to think most of the time, but not always. Let's see. Hello, Pastor Mark, a.k.a. Road Warrior. Yeah, here praying for all of the drivers out there for courage and peace in a chaotic world. And thank you to Steve for keeping us going through the night. Thank you much, Pastor Mark, a.k.a. Road Warrior. All right, pop the screen back up. I apologize. Welcome back in, Lone Ranger. Thanks for hanging in there.
Thank you, Steve. The pussified occupant of the White House is pushing very hard to get all the Americans out by the end of the month. Now, some people might think that that's a terrific humanitarian effort. But here's the real reason, in my opinion. It was reported that he is going to go to ground zero on 9/11 for the 20th anniversary to make a speech. He cannot go there if there's still Americans being held hostage, and that's the biggest threat there. Remember 1979, the hostage situation?
I do.
When we had another pussified president in the White House, and Iran had those hostages. They wouldn't release them, and as soon as Ronald Reagan got elected, they let him go because they knew that the pussified president was on its way out and a tough guy was coming in. And now here today we have the comparison between Trump and Biden. But now everything, I've said this a million times, I'll say it again. Everything you hear out of a Democrat politician's mouth in terms of what they want to do is politically motivated. It's about power and control. That's it. The drunken sea hag, Pelosi, made a comment the other day that Biden was doing a terrific job. That is a purely political statement. Now, she makes a general statement, but she's not specific about it. Why didn't somebody stand up and say, well, what do you think President Biden is doing that is a good job and beneficial to the country? Because she wouldn't be able to answer that question. There is nothing, zero. So now he's got a reason for doing this, but we have surrendered to a bunch of goat herders. We are retreating from a bunch of goat herders. They don't have an Air Force. They don't have a Navy. They don't even have helicopters, but they do now. And the greatest military in the world is surrendering to goat herders. This is so embarrassing. And on the topic of the vaccine, here's my opinion. I got both shots. I got Moderna. I wouldn't get the Johnson & Johnson because that's the one that was causing problems with the young people with their hearts. It inflames your heart. But the recent variant that came out, it was reported that over 90% of the people that are in the hospital with this were unvaccinated people. So that leaves 10%. Now, the 10%, some people that were double vaccinated, including the governor of Texas, had symptoms, but they didn't have a serious problem.
Right.
It was like catching a cold. The unvaccinated people are winding up, many of them, on ventilators. So there's a difference. Now, the Moderna shot that I got was, I think it was either 93 or 95% efficacy rate. So now that has dropped down over time. After, I think they said 6 or 8 months, it drops down to 73%, loses its effectiveness. And that's why they're calling for a booster shot after 8 months. You have to bring that effectiveness back up again. Now, here's where they're going to have a problem. If you lived in New York, Steve, you couldn't go into a restaurant. You have to be vaccinated to go places in New York. And they check your card, which is actually illegal. It's a violation of the HIPAA rules, but they're doing anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I can't wait to see what's going to happen. In New York, we know what the demographics are in New York. The least vaccinated group in terms of ethnicity
is the African American community, is it?
Is yes, that's correct. So now you've got large black population in New York, and you're telling the group that is the least vaccinated that they can't go to stores and restaurants. Now, you know what that's going to turn into. I'm waiting for it to happen. Hasn't happened yet. De Blasio was on there, he put his big speech, the big pothead. But that's going to be interesting to see when they turn that into a racial issue, what de Blasio does, because he's Mr. Politically Correct. But this Afghanistan thing, we now have an enemy with our equipment. They're actually taking some of the equipment apart and sending it to Iran and other countries so they can examine it and steal our technology. So they can have their own Black Hawk helicopters that they can produce by using our technology, just like the Chinese do. They steal our technology.
Mm-hmm.
And there's the big threat. While we're worrying about who's on a pancake bottle and what kind of a cartoon we're looking at, and making sure we have enough gays in the military, China is building coal-fired power plants, polluting the hell out of the atmosphere. They're building up their military. They are going to overtake us as the number one world power while we're sitting around with a pussified president being politically correct, worrying about who's gay, who's not gay. Every time we do something in this country, it's like building Noah's Ark. Make sure you have two of everything now. Even Biden, when he put together his cabinet, he goes, I'm going to have a cabinet that looks like America. We got to have two of these and two of them and two of them and two of them. And look at the end result. Look what we have. We got two generals that should have been fired a long time ago because they were hired either based on skin color or their political ideology, if they're liberal. This is sickening. Where China does it a different way. Same with the college admissions. They don't worry about what you look like. They worry about how smart you are. When they come to a meeting of world leaders, they bring Ivy League graduates who were the top of their class. That's their group that they bring. Biden makes sure he has people that look like America. Regardless of qualifications, he wants to look good in front of America because that'll get him votes. He wants to kowtow to each group. We have so many of this group, so many of that group, so many of this sexual orientation. That's his way of garnering votes. Same way with the immigration. Everybody they want to bring into this country is likely to vote Democrat. Now, if you want to see the worst case scenario of you bring in refugees, just look at Ilhan Omar. She was a refugee in Somalia, got rescued by America out of a refugee camp. And look what we have now. We have someone in Congress who hates America and is doing everything she can to harm this country. So this is and now the refugees, the Afghan refugees, okay, the people that helped us deserve a helping hand, but that doesn't mean they have to fly over here and get on government assistance like most 70% of refugees from foreign countries are doing right now. But now the worst case scenario, and here's the problem with the Afghan refugees. The people in the, what's one of the big building? Embassy. The people in the embassy were told to destroy all records before the Taliban comes in and takes the building over.
Mm-hmm.
Well, one of the things they destroyed was visas. So now you got a lot of these Afghans running around who could qualify to go someplace else, not necessarily here, but they don't have their visas. You mentioned it in your report. Some of them don't have visas.
No paperwork.
So now the other problem is, how do you know that they are not being infiltrated by terrorists? How many times did we hear about our soldiers being shot by an Afghan soldier who was supposed to be on our side?
Yep.
They turned. So there's a possibility that we could be flying terrorists into our country. Because without visas, you don't know who they are. They're not vetted. They put 814 people in the belly of a transport plane, no seatbelts, totally against all regulations. Now, in those 814 people, how do we know that some of them weren't terrorists looking to get in the country, just like on the border, southern border, MS-13 coming in? A couple of them got arrested the other day. Our country is in so much trouble right now. If Donald Trump, I don't even know if we can see the problem the Democrat Party has now. They have two problems. Number one, they know that Biden is a disaster. He is an absolute buffoon. We're seeing the reason why he didn't win the first two times he ran for president. Let's not forget, we have a two-time loser in the White House, and without cheating, in my opinion, he wouldn't be there right now. So now they know this guy's got to go. But next in line is Kamala Toe. Well, Kamala Toe has a lower approval rating than Creepy Joe. So now what do? So if Kamala Toe gets in and back out real quick because she can't do anything, her first job was to be immigration czar. How'd that work out? Hasn't done anything yet. She might as well be with Biden at his house eating ice cream. So now you got Kamala Toe. She knows nothing, can't do anything. Nobody even liked her during the election. That's why she dropped out so early. Nobody wanted her. So then if she goes, the drunken hag becomes president, Pelosi. So they got a problem. So what do we want? Do we want a pussified guy? Do we want Kamala Toe, who's famous for the same thing that Monica Lewinsky's famous for? And they've got a drunken battle axe. So they're in trouble. Without cheating in 2022, or 2022 or 2024, they're going to have to find a real good way to cheat like they did in the past election, in my opinion. So I think they're in a little bit of trouble, and it's going to be interesting to see what to do. They have nobody. A Trump-DeSantis ticket cannot be beat without cheating, of course. A DeSantis ticket cannot be beat because of his record in Florida. He did a good job. Can't be beat without cheating. So that's another reason why they have to bring in all these people to this country that weren't born here and who are probably going to vote Democrat. Now, the next thing you're going to see is you're going to try to give them voting rights. They're going to push hard on that before 2024. Yep. They want to give all these people that they dragged in here voting rights because, again, let's go back to Obama. He won by 6 million votes, not very many. When you got 20, 30 million people here illegally who are bound to vote Democrat, 75% Hispanics vote Democrat, they win every election, and we have a one-party country. So the question is, do you want a party of pussified morons running this country, or would you like to have a strong leader? Yep. That's a question the voters have to ask themselves, and that's all I have. I'll see you later.
Thank you much, Ranger. Yep, and by the way, that with all the highlight attention having shifted away. Remember we had the infrastructure bill, the $1.2 trillion, then the push was on for the $3.5 trillion bill. Don't forget, there is the attempt to insert a pathway to citizenship to millions of illegals in that particular piece of legislation. You give them the pathway to citizenship, hey, you've got voting rights. And there it is. Quick 2-minute timeout. We return the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor here. Are you tired of those tax problems following you around like a dark cloud, always in the back of your mind, losing sleep at night? Call me now and get your life back. 888-557-4020 or go to mytaxhelpmd.com. Pretending they're not there won't make them go away. The IRS isn't going to forget. They will levy your bank account and garnish your wages. Don't wait for that to happen. I'm not telling you these things to scare you. I'm telling you so you can benefit from my years of experience. Now is the time to act. 888-557-4020.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, Call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Hey, Big Ed asked the question earlier. Are you with me? Asking about the flu shot. And somebody dug it up. Do it my way. Of course, COVID-19, the booster shots, the Delta Plus, the Lambda variants, grabbing all the headlines. Doctors urge you also to get vaccinated against the flu. And your children get their flu shots as well. It's best to get the flu shot by early November, well in advance of flu season, which usually peaks in January. According to the head of infectious disease at University of Illinois, flu shots start becoming available in late August or early September. They're widely available at clinics, drugstores, doctors' offices, grocery store, pharmacies. Whoever sent this to me said CVS in their area, I believe, is already advertising to get scheduled for your flu shots. If a COVID vaccine becomes available soon for children younger than 12, Novak says make sure you get the flu shot and the COVID vaccination at least 2 weeks apart. Theoretically, while the body is developing an immune response from one shot, a second shot might interfere with the response to the other immunization if the two are given too closely together. Of course, flu shots are available for children starting at 6 months old. Hey, let's get back at it here. Who's next up? Is it Brett?
Yes, it is.
Morning,
How you
Brett.
doing, Steve?
Doing well. Thanks for hanging in there.
Yes, sir. I got a question first. Are we supposed to negotiate with terrorists?
Yeah, our policy has always been we do not negotiate with terrorists.
Okay. All right. Now, here's what I want your listening audience to hear. Donald Trump went and negotiated with the Taliban, which are terrorists, right?
That would
He
be
negotiated in January of.
That would be correct. That would be correct. Yes.
Okay. He went and negotiated with them, right? The point is, he negotiated this pullout. He drawed our troops down from 15,000 in 2020 to 2,500 when he left in January. He also negotiated with the Taliban that there would be 5,000 prisoners released for the Taliban. He also negotiated that the Afghan army would have all these weaponry that we gave them. That's for the army, not for the Taliban, but the army didn't do their job. He also, Trump, he planned this whole thing. He set this whole house on fire, and now Biden's got to go in and get the people out. And they're getting the people out. The people are coming out. Nobody's been killed yet. They're not going to be killed because, and when you negotiate with a terrorist, the democratically elected Afghan government, the guy that left with all the money, he left because Trump made him irrelevant. And
so this is all Trump's fault. Yeah.
Trump negotiated with terrorists.
What wagon did you fall off of, Brett? Come on. Well, all right, go back to, if you want to go down that route, go back to your beloved Obama. I guess you thought Obama was a good president?
I didn't vote for neither one of them.
Did you even vote?
I'm an independent. I'm an independent.
Did you vote?
I voted third party. You know why? Because we need a third party. We need a third party to get these two jackass tribal. They're tribal. These people are tribal. And y'all are falling into their tribal game. Be real. We need a third party.
Well,
but no, American people are too pussified, like the man said, to stand up and go for somebody that ain't one of the clan.
I mean, if we understand that we need more than just a Republican or Democrat, yeah, the fact of the matter is, though, I mean, you and your small band that are willing to waste a vote and vote for a third party aren't really benefiting.
It's not a wasted vote.
Well, sure it is. I mean, if you know going in that there's no possible way that whoever you're voting for can win, you might as well not even vote.
That's a lie. That's a lie that's been put out to the American people that it's a wasted vote. It's not. It's your vote. You do with it what you want.
You do what you want, but it's, I mean, you're not going to garner any benefits from it. When's the last time a third party was president of this country?
Well, you know what? George Washington was against the two-party system.
Sure.
So we're
But you're going back 200 and some years ago. A lot has changed, and we no longer have 3 and 4 viable parties.
Why not? Why not? Because corporate America is paying for all this. Corporate America is destroying you. Corporate America has got you all enslaved to do what they want you to do, and they got you fighting amongst each other to where you'll never be united, to where you'll never get through it. You'll always be in this situation until you change things. And if you don't want to change things, you're no different than the people of Afghanistan that wouldn't stand up and fight for their country, because these two parties are destroying your country. And if I was going to destroy a country, I would do exactly what's going on the radio waves with right-wing radio, is you sit out there and you tear the country apart. I don't care who the president is.
Right-wing radio is tearing the country apart, Brett. Come on. You can't be real.
Look. Our man, you want Joe Biden to do things, but when you sit there and you knock him off of the kneecaps every day, 24 hours a day.
Well, see,
you can't get no traction around the world.
Listen, Brett, what that says is you're not an independent. You are supporting Joe Biden. The question I asked you about Obama is because,
Trump to do it.
Listen,
I didn't want Donald Trump to be done like this either.
Did Barack Obama negotiate with terrorists, Brett?
No, he negotiated with the Afghan government.
The Afghan government. Did he release prisoners in order to get Bergdahl back?
That was the Iranian government.
Yeah, did he negotiate?
It wasn't the Taliban.
Did he negotiate? But are they terrorists? Did we release prisoners from Guantanamo Bay? Yes, we did. 5 of them, which were terrorists.
Yes, we did.
Yes, we did. So we negotiated with terrorists.
Government.
Sure. And we sent them millions of dollars as well. Listen, you're gonna.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
There is no defending of Joe Biden. I mean, there's no possible defense. So Donald Trump had go back and look at the rest of the picture, Brett, of what Donald Trump actually negotiated, because there were stipulations in there. There were conditions, not one condition, numerous conditions that Joe Biden eliminated when he took over as president. He wiped out all those conditions of negotiation with the Taliban, and that's why we're in this position we are.
What were they?
I will pull them up. Listen, I will pull it up if you need me to.
Yeah, pull them up.
Well, I'll do that. If you ask, I don't have it in front of me. Go listen to what Donald Trump had to say himself. He actually presented those conditions on Fox News the night before last, Brett. The conditions that weren't met. When they stopped meeting the conditions, Donald Trump, he paused. He stopped proceeding with what they had negotiated because they weren't living up to their part of the negotiated bargain. He was shutting them down. Now, Big Ed had a fair question, I suppose, in regards to telling the leader, whoever's supposed to be at the top of the Taliban right now, when he told them that we're going to wipe out your whole village if you harm an American. I don't know if that transpired before or after that. Well, there you go, listening friends. For those who wanted to hear from a defender of Joe Biden, there are those that exist. Everything that is unfolding right now is Donald Trump's fault. From someone who says they don't support Joe Biden. I think that's pretty much the narrative the mainstream media is trying to present. You're following too much mainstream media, Brett. And then to have the ignorance to try to allude to conservative radio is tearing this country apart. We are the last bastion, the last voices of hope if there's ever going to be any survival in this country. We are the last opportunity you have to have free speech before the liberal left Democrat Biden pussificate America takes it away from you, and we become more like a Taliban-led country, Brett. Take your third-party vote. I understand you have the right to vote for whoever you want. You might as well vote for Mickey Mouse if you're going to vote for your third party. It's just the reality of the country we live in today. It is where we are. I'm sorry. Newsbreak, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
American citizens and Afghan allies are still being airlifted out of Afghanistan. The situation at the airport in Kabul is still on edge as people try to escape the war-torn country.
We want to get as many people out of Kabul as we can in as little amount of time as we can. There are no hostile interactions right now between American forces and the Taliban, and we want to keep it that way.
Pentagon Press Secretary John Kirby, he says the top mission for the American military is maintaining security at the airport in Kabul. Billions of dollars of U.S. military hardware and supplies are now in the hands of the Taliban. The Pentagon says the U.S. military evacuated 2,000 people in the past 24 hours. At least 300 Americans were included in the evacuations. This is USA Radio News.
Attention businesses of all sizes affected by COVID-19. The federal government has introduced the Employee Retention Credit. It's a new relief program that allows you to collect up to $14,000 per employee. If your business was forced to close due to COVID-19, or you lost 20% or more of your sales, you may qualify for free financial relief. There's no limit to the amount you can file for, and you don't have to pay the money back. Call the ERC program experts today. They'll explain to you how much you qualify for and how fast the funds can be in your business bank account. To find out if you qualify for the ERC program, call the IPG Law Group right now for details. There's no upfront cost to you, and you could receive up to $14,000 per employee. Call right now for details. 800-932-5197. 800-932-5197. 800-932-5197. That's 800-932-5197.
Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You work hard. You deserve a seat that works just as hard as you do. The Bostrom T-Series seat has provided drivers with comfort for millions of miles over the past 3 decades. Each seat is built right here in the USA and has 4-position front cushion tilt and higher low-profile air suspension with Isolate. It's also equipped with many standard and optional comfort features, such as high and mid backrests, 9.4-inch fore-aft slide adjustment, adjustable armrests, and manual or dual air lumbar support systems to keep you comfortable throughout your ride. Build your T-Series seat today at BostromSeating.com and ensure your ultimate comfort for wherever the road takes you. Bostrom Seating, the ultimate comfort for the open road.
Whether you're a diesel pickup performance enthusiast or just looking for a small upgrade, when selecting common rail fuel system components, look no further than Exergy Performance. At Exergy, you'll find injectors, pumps, and more, engineered like no others on the market using state-of-the-art equipment run by people that have been in the business for decades. So if you're in the market for common rail components at any power level, contact Exergy Performance or one of the many dealers listed on our website at exergyperformance.com.
The Hot Shot Secret Facebook page gets a lot of robust Q&A about diesel problems and their solutions. We listen to our customers. Here are their words straight from their mouths about Hot Shot Secret everyday diesel treatment. Our fans call it EDT.
I'm John Sharp, a.k.a. Jay Sharp from Newburgh, Pennsylvania.
using EDT, my local fuel mileage went to average of 22 to 23, and my highway MPG went to 26 to 28.
Hi, I'm Danny. I'm from Arizona. I drive a 02 Ford Excursion. I use EDT at every fill-up, and my mileage went from 12.5 miles to gallon to 14 miles per gallon. I highly recommend it.
Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Are you having trouble sleeping? Are you tired all the time? Growing older is a fact of life. Our skin starts to wrinkle, muscles get weaker, and our energy levels plummet. If there was a product that may help you slow down these symptoms of aging, would you be interested? I want you to go to getonthegel.com. That is getonthegel.com. Watch this 4-minute video that explains more about this amazing product. Or call us at Youth Fountain HGH today at 513-472-0699 for more information.
Dean Michael, the tax doctor, here with Tax Help MD. As many of you know from Steve Sommers' show, I've been helping professional drivers solve their tax problems. I can help you too. If you've been struggling with back tax debt, call me now at 888-557-4020. Let's face it, these problems aren't going away all on their own. You need professional help so you can sleep better at night knowing you're in good hands. It's like I always say, keep your eyes on the road, I'll keep my eyes on the IRS. 888-557-4020.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
There you go. Welcome back on a Friday. Hope you've had a good week as we get set for the weekend. If you want to be honest about it, you've had, 4 presidents now that have dealt with Afghanistan. And yes, Obama inherited it. Trump inherited it. Biden inherited it. Obama wanted to get the troops out way back then. Yeah, Trump wanted to get the troops out. Biden wanted to get the troops out. I think most of the American people wanted to get the troops out. It's just the way that it unraveled to where now the troops are out, but we have thousands that are left behind. I'm kind of with Chevy Guy. Yes, it's time to get out. Yeah, now, what can we do about, we're hearing about the plight of the women, the plight of the children. I mean, far as I'm concerned, we did everything humanly possible to get those fighting age men and boys up to speed. We armed them, as we know, billions of dollars spent, thousands of American lives lost. It was time to get them out. But this all came spiraling downward. I mean, how many months has Biden been president? It's not like he's only been president for 30 days. If this were unfolding 30 days into his presidency, it would be more feasible to blame it on Donald Trump. But that's not the case. We've had months and months. You had the assessment in July where Biden's own people told him, the memo, U.S. diplomats warned the State Department of a swift Taliban takeover in July. Millie pretty much stood there and lied to us yesterday, trying to say, I saw nothing that led me to believe that this collapse would take place so quickly. State Department warned, swift Taliban takeover. What is swift? I think 10, 11 days is pretty damn swift. February of 2020. Going back when Donald Trump was president, the U.S. and Taliban signed an agreement that sets the terms for a U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. The original date was May 1st of this year. They did not release 2 classified annexes to set the conditions. But as Trump now says, yes, it wasn't a condition. There were conditions for this. At the time of the agreement, we had about 13,000 in the country. The withdrawal of troops is contingent on the Taliban's action against al-Qaeda and other terrorists who could threaten us, said President Trump at the time. U.S. withdrawals did continue to occur. The Inspector General's office reported that the Taliban had worked with al-Qaeda. The pact initially included, the release of 5,000 Taliban fighters that had been held prisoner by the Afghan government. Afghan government was not a party to that agreement at the time. Afghan president objected to a provision in the agreement about the release of 5,000 prisoners. Feeling that freeing Taliban, not under the authority of America, but the authority of the Afghan government. There was no commitment for the release of 5,000 prisoners. March 4 of 2020. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Mark Milley, that same guy, tells the Senate Armed Services Committee the Taliban pledged in the classified documents not to attack U.S. troops or coalition forces or launch high-profile attacks, including in Afghanistan's 34 provincial capitals. The Taliban have signed up to a whole series of conditions. All the members of Congress have all the documents associated with this agreement, said Milley. Despite the agreement, the Taliban attacked Afghan forces in Helmand province, to which the U.S. responds with airstrikes. March 10 of 2020. Under pressure, Ghani ordered the release of 1,500 Taliban prisoners at a rate of like 100 per day. May of 2020. DOD Inspector General's office said the U.S. had cut troop levels by more than 4,000, even though the Taliban was escalating violence after signing the agreement. U.S. says Taliban must reduce violence as a necessary condition for continued reduction of forces, and that remaining high levels of violence could jeopardize the agreement in whole. That covered activity from January 1 of 2020 to March of 2020. The U.S. still was gradually reducing forces. They had gone from roughly 13,000 to 8,600. Jump ahead to August of 2020. Releasing a report that covered activity in Afghanistan, April to June of that year, Defense Department Inspector General says, quote, the Taliban did not appear to uphold their commitment to distance itself from terrorist organizations in Afghanistan. UN and U.S. officials reported the Taliban continued to support al-Qaeda and continued joint attacks with al-Qaeda against Afghan national defense and security forces. September 2020. Afghanistan releases the final 400 Taliban prisoners as agreed to under that Taliban agreement, clearing the way for intra-Afghan peace talks to begin. After 7 months of delays, Afghan government officials and Taliban representatives meet in Qatar for peace talks. September 16 of 2020. The Taliban continue attacks on government forces. Voice of America reports Taliban attacks in 3 provinces across northern Afghanistan killed at least 17, including 6 civilians, wounded scores of others. September 18, 2020. Press conference. Donald Trump says, we're dealing with the Taliban. They're very tough. They're very smart. They're very sharp. But it's been 19 years, and even they're tired of fighting in all fairness. November of 2020, Republicans respond to the reports that the Trump administration will reduce forces in Afghanistan, warn of what Senator Rubio called a Saigon-type situation, how it would hurt our allies and delight people who wish to harm us. November of 2020, the acting Secretary of Defense, Christopher Miller, announces the U.S. will reduce forces to 2,500. They said the peace negotiations between the Afghan government and the Taliban have stalled. At the same time, the Taliban increased its attacks, leading to distressingly high levels of violence that could threaten the peace agreement. January of 2021, today, we're at 2,500 personnel left. Afghanistan's first vice president says that the Trump administration actually made too many concessions with the Taliban. Afghanistan leaders warned that violence may spike as the Taliban prisoners are released. Biden then takes over February 3. The Afghanistan Study Group, which was created in 2019, they were charged with making recommendations for a peaceful transition, released the report recommending changes to the agreement with the Taliban. The most important was to ensure that a complete withdrawal of troops is not based on some inflexible timeline, but on all parties fulfilling their commitments, including the Taliban making good on their promises to contain terror groups and reduce violence against the Afghan people, making compromises to achieve a political settlement. February 19, Biden reiterates his promise to bring troops home. My administration supports the diplomatic process that's underway to bring an end to this war that's closing out 20 years. We remain committed to ensuring the Afghans never again provide a base for terror attacks against the U.S. March of this year, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken tells Afghanistan's president, despite future U.S. financial assistance, he's concerned that the security situation is going to worsen and that the Taliban is going to make rapid territorial gains. Now, who's president now? Remember, this is March of this year. March 25, commander of U.S. Special Operations Command tells the Senate Armed Services Committee, it's clear the Taliban have not upheld what they said they would do. While they have not attacked U.S. forces, it's clear they took a deliberate approach and increased their violence since the peace accords were signed. Now, you can move forward from there, Brett. I mean, I've got the entire timeline. But we're going all the way to March of this year. April, May, June, July, August. We're 5+ months, nearly 6 months past that. Who has been the president? It hasn't been Donald Trump. A lot of things could have changed and probably should have changed between then and today. So who you want to blame it on? I mean, Biden essentially took responsibility. I don't regret my decision to end America's war fighting in Afghanistan and trying to deflect blame for the swift collapse in Afghanistan. So there's your timeline. Yeah, we got a few minutes before we hit top of the hour news update. What's going on, Horse Feathers? Hello, Horse Feathers. Okay, maybe he dropped off there. Let's see what's going on. Let's try Jay, I believe it is. Hello, Jay.
Hello.
Hello. What's going on?
Out here fueling my truck. Let's put me back on hold. Call me back.
Okay. Oh, trying to take care of business, as he says. All right. Yeah, can't talk while you're out there. Hope you're not smoking a cigarette while you're filling up. Morning, Jolly Green Giant.
Well, I'm glad that the other two guys has dropped off, okay? Now we're going to talk about something important. Yeah, I want to introduce a new cartoon character to your comedy of errors. Little does everybody know, the bad weather we were having in Cincinnati was being caused by one driver. He calls himself Sex Maniac, but actually he's in disguise. He really, truly is Flip Rock. So I want to introduce Slep Rock to your cartoon character.
Slep Rock.
He's the one that was called, yeah. Don't you remember the Flintstones?
Oh, yeah.
They had a character called Slep Rock was the one with the cloud over his head everywhere he walked. Well, Sex Maniac has a cloud over his truck. It breaks down every other day, and bad weather follows him everywhere he goes. So there you go. Yeah, thank God he's going to be on vacation next week. Then the rest of us cartoon characters don't have to worry about bad weather. That's right. I'm hoping he'll leave Cincinnati, though. Because if he leaves Cincinnati, we'll have good weather all next week, man.
Mm-hmm.
So there you go on that. As for Mickey Mouse being president of the United States, he definitely would be a breath of fresh air compared to what we got now. So either way, I just want to say have a good weekend, Steve, and I've really enjoyed this week. I think that this would probably be a very, very good talk radio talking about Afghanistan. And I want to thank all the cartoon characters out there. So either way, have a good day.
Thank you, Jolly Green. Have a good weekend. Okay, what else we got here? Got to get some of the other industry headlines. Got to load in our top of the hour update here, which is just moments away. And we'll get back to your calls at 844-844-3388. Some of you may have these kits in your truck. An unknown number of Ningbo industrial triangle kits are being recalled. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, the recall acknowledgement is apparently they don't meet FMCSA quality standards for visibility. The warning triangles insufficiently visible to oncoming vehicles, potentially increasing the risk of a crash. As of this past day, the company had not announced how many kits are part of the recall. Truck Parts does not have a remedy for the issue, nor does the company have a schedule for recall notifications. But if you think you may have a kit that's affected by the recall, they say call their customer service there. I guess they're going to have to be upgrading their triangles. Just so you know, one of the tidbits from industry headlines this past day. Top of the hour has arrived. Final hour is ahead. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
Protesters took to the streets in Afghanistan once again to show disapproval for the abrupt Taliban takeover, as President Biden said troops may be kept there until all Americans are safely evacuated. Officials said that several people involved in the new demonstrations were killed when Taliban fighters opened fire on them in Asadabad. General Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
The time frame of a rapid collapse, that was widely estimated and ranged from weeks to months and even years following our departure. There was nothing that I or anyone else saw that indicated a collapse of this army and this government in 11 days.
Former Afghan President Ashraf Ghani said that his security team urged him to leave the country before the Taliban found him. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, I'm Wayne Alaroot for Patriot VPN. Patriot VPN is a virtual private network service that uses military-grade encryption to protect your internet connection on all of your devices. With Patriot VPN, your data and internet privacy is secure anywhere in the world. Why do you need Patriot VPN? Cyber criminals, government, even your own internet service provider collect and use your private information without your knowledge. Examples in the news recently, remember all the companies that have been hacked? Cuba censored the internet to kill protests? Here in America, conservative groups are being actively targeted. Your personal information and internet history is being sold by your ISP. It's all happening every day, but not with Patriot VPN. With Patriot VPN, your internet activity and history is protected from prying eyes forever. Patriot VPN is a veteran-owned business right here in the USA. For business or your family, starting at only $6.95 a month, use code WAR and get 3 months free. With an annual subscription, it's all at PatriotVPN.com. That's PatriotVPN.com.
A suicide bomber threatened the nation's capital. USA Radio's Tim Berg has the story.
The suspect who parked a suspicious vehicle in front of the Library of Congress claiming to have a bomb has been taken into custody without incident. The suspect is Floyd Roy Roseberry of Grover, North Carolina. Tom Manger is chief of the Capitol Hill Police Department, and he has some background on the suspect.
The little bit of criminal history that we were able to determine was in the state of North Carolina, and it was nothing that serious.
Authorities say there is no reason to believe the suspect was not working alone. From the USA Radio News Phoenix Bureau, I'm Tim Berg.
In North Carolina, 2 people have died and dozens are missing after flooding caused by Tropical Storm Fred. Now, as a post-tropical cyclone, Fred is drenching New England and New York. You're listening to USA Radio News.
Bingo lovers, you have to try Bingo Treasure, the bingo game you play anywhere. Go to BingoRadioUSA.com from your smartphone, your tablet, or your computer and play Bingo Treasure for free. Play one card, play more. Work your way through the maze of bingo fun. Bingo Treasure is bingo at the next level. Go right now to BingoRadioUSA.com for your free account and free play. Join the bingo revolution. It's free at BingoRadioUSA.com. That's BingoRadioUSA.com.
Bingo's in the house. American Airlines has extended a ban on alcohol sales in its economy class until at least January. The new date is in line with the federal mask mandate for public transportation that was also extended through that date. American Airlines had previously extended a ban on the sale of alcohol through September 13th. Southwest Airlines is the only other airline currently prohibiting the sale of alcohol. The airline doesn't have a timetable to resume alcohol sales after reverting plans to lift the restriction on most flights by July 14th after a passenger physically assaulted one of its flight attendants. The FAA announced civil penalties totaling more than $1 million were levied against close to 4,000 unruly passengers just since January. The Education Department announced it will automatically discharge student loans for borrowers who have total and permanent disabilities. The action will affect more than 323,000 borrowers who are identified through an existing match with the Social Security Administration and erase about $5.8 billion in student debt beginning in September. Also, the Education Department said it would indefinitely extend a policy to stop asking borrowers with total and permanent disabilities to provide information on their earnings and seek to eliminate the requirement of a 3-year income monitoring period. For USA Radio News, I'm Wendy King.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
The primary function of diesel fuel is combustibility. One of the little-known aspects of fuel is its role as a lubricant to metal-on-metal moving parts. The introduction of ultra-low sulfur fuels diminishes the fuel's ability to lubricate because sulfur, which has been mostly removed, has lubricating properties. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 delivers unmatched lubricity. Third-party testing confirms that it takes 3 times the amount of leading fuel treatment to match the lubrication benefit of 1 dose of Hot Shot Secret. Everyday Diesel Treatment is a fully formulated 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, here comes our final hour. One more time around here on a Friday. Be wrapping up another work week. Yeah, it does kind of get mind-boggling, mind-numbing from time to time. Here, let me take you back before I jump over to this one. Went back to the timeline there. There was one other tidbit I wanted to break through. July 8th of this year. Here we are, August 20th, July 8th. You know, now Biden's been president how many months? Wasn't yesterday. Saying, quote, speed is safety. Biden moves up the timeline for withdrawal to August 31. Acknowledging the Taliban is at its strongest militarily since 2001. Biden says, if we go back on the agreement, the Taliban would have again begun to target our forces. He assured us, the American people, the Taliban takeover is not inevitable. It denies that the U.S. intelligence assessed the Afghan government would collapse. He was asked, do you see any parallels between withdrawals from Vietnam, Afghanistan? Biden said, none whatsoever, zero. The Taliban is not the North Vietnamese army. They're not. They're not remotely comparable or comparable in terms of capability. There's going to be no circumstance where you see people being lifted off the roof of an embassy in the United States from Afghanistan. It's not at all comparable. That was his quote. Biden adds, the likelihood there's going to be the Taliban overrunning everything, owning the country, is highly unlikely. He promises to help accelerate the issuance of special visas for Afghans who helped us during the war. Let me take you even to the Washington Post. Yeah, maybe this is another contributing factor to why this unfolded as quickly as it did. Now, Washington Post, not your conservative right-wing radio. I mean, they're about as left as they get. Washington Post fact checker used the word bogus to describe Biden's assertion, repeated multiple times, when he announced his decision to leave Afghan army on its own, that the Afghan government had 300,000 troops available to fight off the Taliban. You've heard that number, right? I've heard it many, many times. Even on Monday of this week, Biden compared the Afghan army favorably with NATO nations. Quote, we trained and equipped an Afghan military force of some 300,000 strong, incredibly well-equipped, a force larger in size than the militaries of many of our NATO allies. Well, okay, Kessler, to be considered to be biased in Biden's favor, wasn't buying the numbers. These are inflated numbers, he said. Biden is including their, quote, police force, which are not part of the military and have often heightened insecurity with their tactics. Even among the active military, there's a high turnover and only a small core of professionals who could be expected to actually fight professionally against the Taliban. In other words, the number is not 300,000. It's probably not even 30,000, he said. In using the inflated number of 300,000, President Biden is misleading Americans about the capabilities of the Afghan military, which has now demonstrated it could not defend from the Taliban. The fact-checker column at the Washington Post rates political falsehoods on a scale of 1 to 4 Pinocchios. Yeah, 4 Pinocchios would be reserved for what they call whoppers. Well, Biden got 3 Pinocchios for his claim. Kessler wrote that Biden's use of the phrase security forces could be considered to include police, based on the conclusions from the Military Balance, which is an annual report from the International Institute of Strategic Studies from Britain. They focus on international affairs. Reports suggested already high losses and high-level desertions increased throughout 2020. Afghanistan has 99,000 police. Now, if we added that to their army, their air force, and you push the paper, it looks closer to 300,000. On paper, the 178,000 active military is still larger than most NATO militaries in raw numbers. Now, the Afghan government would have technically only had a slight numerical superiority over the Taliban, and maybe not even that. Again, that's your Washington Post. So they weren't nearly as big of an army as we've been led to believe, apparently. Let's get back to the calls here. Yeah, let's try again here.
There you go.
Jay, what's going on?
Yeah, I was out there fueling my truck up. The reefer running. I couldn't hear you. So, hey, I was going to tell you, our school system, we've been back to school for about 3 weeks. And we got over 300 some kids and staff members with the virus already. They finally made it mandatory to start wearing masks at our schools.
Now, what part of the country are you in?
I live here at Whiteland, Indiana, just south of Indianapolis.
Okay.
You and your dad done a radio show over at Speedco when they first opened up near Whiteland.
I remember that. I recall that, yeah.
Yeah, that's a long time ago. But anyway, we live there. My wife works at the elementary school. Now, when the first fires come out, elementary school didn't have none at all. They went every day to school. The middle school and high school, that went, every other day. But now this year, the elementary school, the little kids are getting it real bad. They're catching it. So my wife works in the kitchen. There's 5 of them, and one of the girls got it. Now they're down to 2 of them. They're short of staff too now. So
yeah, I mean, I shared earlier the numbers out of Mississippi's got 20,000 kids in quarantine. They've only been in school for a full week now. My grandchildren actually start today. Late here in a few hours is their first day of school, and I was telling my wife this past evening.
That's what you got to worry about.
I wonder. I mean, just based on, like you said, why is it? I don't know why the number of kids coming down with it. Unless it's the Delta strain thing, that this is a different strain.
It has to be, yeah. Oh, hell.
I wonder how long it's going to be before they, even on the first day of school, yeah, they got to wear masks again. Last year, the entire season, like you said, my grandkids went to school every day, with the exception like the first week last year. They wore a mask, and they didn't really have any issues with kids testing positive for it. I have a sneaky suspicion that may be different this year, just based on what the trends are.
Yeah, that's what you have to worry about, your kids going to school. That's how we called it, our granddaughter in middle school.
So how long ago did you have it?
back in October.
Okay.
We got it back in October.
Mm-hmm.
And we was all positive. My wife had it the worst. I just had a little symptom. And my granddaughter, she just had a headache for 2 days, and that was it. You couldn't even tell she even had anything. So it didn't really bother her like it did my wife. But we got the Visine shots, but we got appointments set up for Kroger. Go test and see how much what do you call it? Antivirus?
Antibodies. Antibodies.
Yeah. See how much we got in our bodies. I'm going to take my granddaughter because I really don't want to give her a shot as young as she is. But if she ain't got enough, I don't know. We don't know what to do right now. We're on the edge of it. So, but Kroger do it for $25. You got to set up an appointment, and they'll do it for $25 to see how much you got.
So you had you took the Pfizer vaccine, you and the wife both, but she even after having
we took the Pfizer.
Even with the vaccine, she still got pretty sick, huh?
No, that's after. We didn't have no shots when we got it.
Ah, okay. So you took the shots after you had it back in October.
Yeah, we just got them this year. Got the shots in May.
Okay.
Yeah, we just got the shots in May. We decided to go ahead and do it. Because she's at the school all the time working, and I deliver stores here at Kroger's all the time every day. You just don't, it's scary. You don't know.
Yeah.
But the main thing is our grandkids. We take care of our grandkids, and I got a 3-year-old. She's 14, and going to school is what worries me. But they wasn't wearing masks when they first started. But if you rode the bus, you had to wear a mask.
Mm-hmm.
Now, say, how does that make any sense? You're all day in school and lunch and everything, no mask. But yet you get on a school bus, you got to wear a mask.
Yeah, I guess
that don't make no sense.
I guess your proximity in the bus, there's no way to keep them 6 feet away. I think in the classrooms, they're trying to separate the desks and keep them like 6 feet apart, kind of thing. But I don't know.
Yeah, but when they walk the hallways and go to lunch, they're not 6 feet apart.
You're right.
So yeah, I don't know. But anyway, that's what we're going to do. We're going to test, see what kind of. Because they said that booster shot, we can't get the booster shot until January. It'd be 8 months if we get it.
Okay.
So that's why I was wondering about the flu shot. I was wondering, do we need a flu shot now or not? But now you answer that question.
Apparently they'll be hitting the stores here in a few weeks. Yep.
Yeah. So, like I said, what's I to worry about your kids going to school if you watch them coming back home? That's the only bad thing.
Right. And you don't. I guess you don't know anything until somebody gets sick, right? that's the whole kicker.
Exactly. Well, my oldest girl works at a Popeye's Chicken House, and her boss come in one night on the second shift, and she was sick. Well, she had the virus, and she gave the whole crew on second shift. They all caught it.
Wow.
So she's still. I just talked to her earlier tonight, and she's still. This happened Sunday, and she still don't feel no better right now. So I don't know. It took my wife about 6 days to get over the body aches and the breathing part for her. So I don't know how long it's going to take on this Delta, whatever. But you watch when this third one comes out in the winter. You watch they don't shut down again. I put money on it. They shut down. It'll get bad, real bad. Because Indiana's really getting up there. Over 3,000 to 4,000 people already. So you watch they don't try to shut it down here by the winter. I have a sneaky suspicion the kids will be bringing home those laptops once again, getting in their logins, and we'll be setting them up at the dining room table, doing in-home learning, virtual learning as they call it. Hey, thank you for checking in, Jay. Hope everything goes well. It is 844-844-3388. 2-minute timeout. We'll get back to your calls. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
PureFlow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, They also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
I should jump over to the email bag here. Hey there, Scooter, what's going on? He said, Steve. These people saying Trump set this whole Afghanistan mess up so it would blow up in Biden's face. Say, what are they saying? Is Trump some sort of a genius mastermind now? I mean, after all, they've been telling us since 2016 that he was an illegitimate, incompetent buffoon. So, which is it? These idiots need to sell their BS somewhere else. We're all stocked up. Yeah, we got plenty of BS on hand. We don't need yours. Would that be the Red Mule?
Well, Steve, I think it was first, how many Pinocchios did they give Biden for saying that he used to drive an 18-wheeler? I missed that one.
I think that one probably should have got a 4, right?
I would think so myself. So,
Whopper.
Yeah, Whopper. Whopper King. Steve, I heard something this past day that made a little bit of sense to me on this vaccine thing, and I don't know who it was that was saying it, but he said that a lot of the problem on these vaccine is that people, the ones that are getting the 2 doses, they're getting them too soon together. That if they would wait longer, that it would have, that the efficiency on the thing would last longer. That makes sense to you?
I think there's a difference between the Pfizer and I think one of them's 4 weeks apart. The other, I believe, is 6 weeks apart. But yeah, there is a schedule for getting them correctly.
I thought they were getting them 2 weeks apart. That's been one of my biggest hesitancies about it. And I told you about my neighbor there, that the old World War II vet, and I saw him after he had that second one, and I wondered if the man was going to live or not. He looked pretty bad, so I'm wondering if, they ought to get one vaccine and then do another one 2 or 3 months later. But, Steve, I wasn't going to call in this morning, but I got to call in here. It is appropriate that, what was his name, Brent, whatever it was, it's appropriate that he called in today because, well, as horse feathers would probably do it. What day is it? It's Friday. What do we do on Friday? We have the
Dumbass of the Week
award. It's appropriate that the guy called in. Now, Steve, in all honesty, I have had the same thoughts that he's had about what he was saying for a long time. That I think would benefit from having a third-party system in the United States.
Mm-hmm.
Keep in mind, I live in Utah, so I haven't voted for the Republican for I don't know how many years. because I was pretty sure that the state of Utah was going to go for him. If it had been, I would have held my nose and voted for Mitt Romney, but I was pretty sure he was going to get the vote in Utah, so I didn't do it. But here's where Brett's the DA. Trump, Brett got his wish. Trump was a third-party candidate. Trump was not a conventional Republican. I mean, you couldn't get a better third-party candidate than Donald Trump was, and I voted for the guy twice. So, Brett, you got your wish, and you're too big of a DEA to acknowledge what was right before your face. So, anyhow, that's my comments on that, Steve. What the hell? Steve, I'm headed for the home 20. Hope my fuel gauge is there. Not my fuel gauge, my oil pressure gauge is there, because I don't have as much confidence in this computer. I'm sure it's showing up on the computer what the oil pressure reading is, but I want to get my oil pressure out here in front of me where I can see what's going on. And so I'm going to be home for a few days. Hey, Steve, I know what else I'm going to bring up.
Yeah.
I run my mouth the other morning about those guys at Speedco, and I guess I ought to bring this up some other time when we could get a little more comment on it. But it seems to me the Speedco has gone downhill since Love's purchased them. Now, maybe that's just my perception of the matter, but, Love's bought them, 2-3 years ago, and it just seems to me they've gone downhill since then. So, Steve, the other thing I was going to bring up, now, you're a smart person, got a lot of smart listeners here, and I think we ought to get together. Years ago, when Obama was running, Sean Hannity, and I've blasted Sean Hannity plenty of times, but Sean Hannity was telling us how bad Obama was going to be, and I couldn't comprehend it. I didn't believe him. I couldn't comprehend that anybody be that bad. Well, now we got Joe Biden in here, and he has pulled such a bunch of stupid stunts. I think we ought to get together and come up with a list of things that him and Giggle Girl could come up with to pull in the next year. I mean, let's not even bother about 3 years, but somebody has a theory in the stock market that the way to make money in the stock market is to expect the unexpected. And maybe we need to apply that same theory to the political thing, that we need to figure out what the unexpected is going to be that Biden and Giggle Girl are going to come up with so that we can be prepared. What do you think?
Expect the unexpected. Yeah, well, I mean, Kamala's going to be ahead of...
No, Steve, not the unexpected, the unexpectable.
The unexpectable, okay.
What is completely out in fantasy land? I mean, nobody thought that Biden could have screwed that up in Afghanistan as bad as he did. I mean, we know the guy's a screw up, but nobody thought that he would screw that up as bad as he has. And so we need to figure out what's not even out there on the radar that could happen, and so we can be prepared for it, is what I'm saying. So, all right, Steve, I'll get off here. I'm going to be home for a few days, so I'll talk to you next
all right,
week or two.
Enjoy some time off. Thank you for being a part of the show, Red Mule. Yeah, Kamala's going to be, maybe expect the unexpectable. Will Kamala give us our first sample of that here in the next few days? I thought she had already headed over for her Asian trip. Looks like her trip's going to be coming up beginning this weekend. Singapore and Vietnam starting Sunday. According to the headlines, Vice President Harris's trip is to show the United States is in the region to stay, as Washington seeks to bolster international support to counter China's growing global influence. She will be the most senior U.S. official to visit the region since Joe Biden took office, promising to shore up alliances, which the United States considers key to checking Chinese expansion. She will focus on defending international rules in the South China Sea, strengthening U.S. regional leadership, and expanding security cooperation in the region. The administration's making clear we have an enduring commitment to this region, that we are a part of the Indo-Pacific, and we're in the region to stay. Now, this, of course, coincides with chaos in Afghanistan. Officials said Harris will continue to work on issues tied to Afghanistan while she's on her Asia trip. It's been kind of an overwhelming focus and priority of the whole team, including the vice president at the same time. It is also true that Southeast Asia and the Indo-Pacific are really important. That's why she's going. Anyway, due in Singapore on Sunday. Then she'll visit Vietnam Tuesday, and she'll depart next Thursday. I don't know. What can we screw up in Southeast Asia? News update here at bottom of the hour. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
USA Radio News with Wendy King.
As U.S. forces work to secure the Kabul airport in Afghanistan, the situation outside the perimeter has been described as chaos. USA's John Clemens reports.
In one part of Afghanistan, a rally in honor of the country's independence day from Great Britain in 1919 turned into a protest against a Taliban takeover that was quickly put down by the terrorists. Those trying to flee the country have been met with resistance as they tried to make it to the airport to seek freedom. Army General Mark Milley, chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, expressed his frustration.
There was nothing that I or anyone else saw that indicated a collapse of this Army and this government in 11 days.
From the USA Radio News Texas Bureau, I'm John Clemens.
This is USA Radio News.
Attention businesses of all sizes affected by COVID-19. The federal government has introduced the Employee Retention Credit. It's a new relief program that allows you to collect up to $14,000 per employee. If your business was forced to close due to COVID-19, or you lost 20% or more of your sales, you may qualify for free financial relief. There's no limit to the amount you can file for, and you don't have to pay the money back. Call the ERC program experts today. They'll explain to you how much you qualify for and how fast the funds can be in your business bank account. To find out if you qualify for the ERC program, call the IPG Law Group right now for details. There's no upfront cost to you, and you could receive up to $14,000 per employee. Call right now for details. 800-932-5197. 800-932-5197. 800-932-5197. That's 800-932-5197.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hotshot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Diesel Army is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Burning the midnight oil with the best diesel coverage. All the tech, all the torque. Diesel Army, where there's smoke, there's fire. For the latest news and event coverage, as well as feature and tech articles, sign up for the newsletter and don't miss a thing. Visit dieselarmy.com from the Power Auto Media family of digital magazines. Again, it's dieselarmy.com.
PureFlow AirDog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with PureFlow AirDog.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
And we start heading down the home stretch here on a Friday morning. Good to have you with us. Let me see. I think Horse Feathers asked me the question last night on the program about Texas Governor Abbott, who had been fully vaccinated, but came down with COVID, tested positive. He said mild symptoms. Just asking about, is he taking any kind of treatment? And I knew he was taking something. And yeah, the story was his doctor prescribed Regeneron's monoclonal antibody therapy treatment. I think that's something that was just fairly recently, like FDA approved for a treatment. It is recommended that Texans testing positive for COVID seek this antibody therapeutic drug because of its effectiveness in keeping you out of the hospital. Governor Abbott's office says cases have increased throughout the state. The health system in Houston has been building tents as they prepare for possible overflow of patients in hospitals. Let's see. At the time, Abbott also called for the help of other states and ordered health officials to find additional medical staff from other state agencies. All right. I guess it's available. This Regeneron treatment, they said, is available at no cost to all Texans if you get a doctor's referral. I was speaking with yesterday, my brother-in-law, as a matter of fact. He's going to be making a trip, and he's heard the discussions on this program. I've highlighted several times ivermectin as a therapeutic treatment, which has been used in other countries, but it's not FDA approved for COVID treatment here. But either way, it might have been Big Moose several weeks ago that, his wife had the horses and whatnot, and the ivermectin is a treatment that you get like at your farm store to treat the horses for the worm. That's like a dewormer. Said he went in and he couldn't find the ivermectin, and apparently they've had to move it behind the counter because people are coming in to get the animal version to treat themselves if they get COVID. It's like, call your damn doctor. My brother-in-law said he'd heard the talk about that. I guess he did some research on ivermectin, and he just called his doctor, and his doctor gave him a prescription for ivermectin. I think he said the tablets are like 3 milligrams. You take so many a day. If it's just a few days, and I think he takes a few before the trip, then a few after the trip, whatever. But yeah, said no problem. Just call his doctor. So he's got a doctor that believes in the ivermectin as a viable treatment for COVID. All right, well, I see heat wave. What's going on?
Yes, I just wanted to talk about the helicopters there, senor. You know, they're talking about the H-60 being vulnerable to breakdown. And I used to work on the UH-1Ns, the H-3s, and the H-53s. So the Hueys, the Jolly Green Giant, and the Super Jolly Green Giants. Now, back in the 80s, or was it 79, when Carter tried to do the sent the task force over there to Iran to get the hostages out. The engines suffered. The sand got into the engines and turned the glass because of the high heat in the engines, and that's what caused the H-53s to crash. So what they did, and with all the aircraft since, is they have what they call an overboard plumbing system. Now, I'm going back a couple of years here, but basically what it does is the air that it intakes into the intake going to the engine, the sand and the debris is blown out to the sides. And then you have clean air going through to the engine. And of course, the engine is a jet turbo. And the helicopters are more susceptible to breakdown, but they don't break down as bad as frequently as what you're led to believe. The the aircraft does have more moving parts than a fixed wing aircraft. Now, a fixed wing, I'm talking about jets.
Mm-hmm.
You have, all right, so the engine has a turbine that has a shaft that converts the thrust into a shaft thrust on both engines, and both of them are going into what they call a combined gearbox. And what that combining gearbox does is it takes the RPMs from the left engine and the right engine and converts it into one thrust going back to the main rotor, or the main transmission. So that's where the main transmission is what makes the big blades on top twirl around. And there is a reducer or another line that goes out from the main transmission all the way through the spine of the aircraft to the main the tail rotor. Now, there are a lot of bearings in between the main transmission to the tail rotor. So there's more susceptible areas that could fail due to wear and tear. The aircraft itself is as you can expect, is pretty shaky. So all the avionics have what they call like they're on pads that are like shock absorbers, just not a hydraulic, but something that would absorb the shock.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have a gyroscope that is incorporated into the avionics. So when it tells the pitch of the aircraft. If you're going up and you got the nose up a little higher, well, then it would show on the avionics panel, hey, you've got your nose is up a little bit. Or if it's going down, it'll show your nose going down. Or if you're going side to side. So I mean, there's a lot of things that can go wrong, but I mean, it doesn't break down immediately or over a couple of hours. Your main rotor has a bunch of adjustments that it makes every time it moves. Each rotor is at a pitched angle, and there are arms in for each blade that keeps it at a certain angle, so you have your thrust to move forward or to lift up, or if you need to land, well then the blades pitch a different way, so you can actually land the aircraft without crashing.
Mm-hmm.
And then of course if the engines go bad, then you auto rotate. And there is a lot on the aircraft that a crew chief like myself would be responsible for doing the inspections and whatnot.
Now, if you don't have an educated crew chief, someone that knows what the heck they're doing, what's the likelihood of being able to keep these copters viable, flight worthy in a place like Afghanistan? Probably not very good, is it?
No, I mean, if they can't read Farsi or whatever their main language is, how in the hell would you expect them to learn how to read English? And all these aircraft have what they call a technical order. And what the mechanic part was a -2. Whatever the aircraft was, -2. That would be your mechanical inspection and operation of like the fire suppression system, hydraulic system, and whatnot. And plus, you have to have those that are specialized in, like, say, hydraulics. Engine personnel that know how to break the engine down in case it goes bad. So, I mean, yeah, it can go bad, and over there, it will go bad because they do not have people that specialize in hydraulics, nor do they have engine mechanics, and the blades themselves. They have hydrogen, or nitrogen, sorry. They're nitrogen filled if they're not aluminum blades. So, I mean, eventually they will go ahead and they will run them aircraft into the ground. So I'm not worried about it. They may be good for 100, 250 flying hours, but after that, parts are going to wear, and they're not going to be able to get parts for these aircraft.
And they'll pretty much be, they'll be taking a nosedive, in other words. Boom. All right, about 12 before the hour. Yeah, let's take two. Lone Ranger, hey there.
Steve, I usually don't call in twice because I don't think it's fair to other callers, but I'd like to respond to Brett with your permission.
Lay it on us.
First of all, let me ask you a question about the Kamala Toe's journey to Asia to meet with world leaders. Did they say in the report whether she's going to be working at the table or under the table? Did they report that by chance?
I didn't see a clarification.
What I see happening there is guys winking at her and sliding their motel key over to her. That's what I see happening there. As far as Brett goes, Brett's an example of what happens to a fairly intelligent person when they get their news from the wrong sources. Brett, what you have to understand is MSNBC, CNN, the networks, New York Times, all the rest of the liberal media outlets do not report the news. They spin it. For 4 years, they never reported anything positive about Donald Trump. And they, right now, will not report anything negative about any Democrat. They spin the news. They are a wing of the Democrat Party. Their job is to brainwash people like you, Brett, just like the college professors' jobs now is to brainwash our students. It's how you bring socialism about. The Democrat Party is now the Socialist Party. Disarming the citizens is another thing you need to do because then the people can't resist the socialism. So if you want to know what it's going to be like when we become a fully socialist country, just ask somebody from Venezuela or Cuba and you'll find out. Biden caused problems by reversing Trump's policies. On day one, he started reversing Trump's policies because everybody in his party hates Donald Trump. So look at the end result. He reversed Trump's immigration policies of stay in Mexico to be vetted, and look what we have. We have hundreds of thousands of people flooding into our country. Don't even know who they are. He reversed Trump's energy policies, which got us to less than $2 a gallon because we were energy independent. And what do we have now? $3 something a gallon. He reversed Trump's policy in Afghanistan of leaving the troops there as a security force until everybody was out. He did it backwards, and look what we have now. And as far as voting for a third party, I agree with Brett that the Republicans and Democrats both suck. The best example, the Republican Party has become pussified. 19 Republicans voted for one of Pelosi's bills. When did you ever see 19 Democrats in 4 years support any legislation introduced by Republicans? Zero. Never happened because they stick together. Now, as far as voting for the third party, I did that. In 1992, I voted for Ross Perot. I thought Bush was a loser, and it was pretty evident that Clinton was corrupt and he was a pervert. That was his reputation in Arkansas. So I voted for Ross Perot. Ross Perot was the 1992 version of Donald Trump. He was a successful businessman. I felt that a successful businessman might be a breath of fresh air. Well, I helped get Clinton get elected because 20 million people voted for Ross Perot. If those 20 million people hadn't voted for Ross Perot, Clinton wouldn't have got elected. So all I would say to Brett is, if you're listening to the wrong news networks when you call in, look ignorant, not because you're personally ignorant, but because you're ignorant to the facts because of where you get your news. The liberal left-wing networks do not report all the news. They leave out anything positive about Republicans or conservatives, and they boost the Democrat Party because they are supporters of the Democrat Party. So Brett has a right to do what he wants, but if he wants to stop looking ignorant, he needs to get his news somewhere else. And that's all I have. Thanks, Steve.
Thank you. And we get a quick 2-minute timeout, and we'll come back, wind things down, get a few more calls in here at the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
Pure Flow Air Dog, your leader in fuel air separation system technology. Our systems filter out water, particulates down to 2 micron, and remove all of the air out of your diesel fuel. This allows for nothing but pure, clean diesel fuel to reach the expensive injection system equipped in your vehicle. Not only do our fuel systems protect, they also come in a variety of flow rates to meet your performance needs. Our systems are compact and use OEM-style fittings for an easy installation. Learn more about our product at www.pureflowairdog.com and be sure to follow us on Facebook and Instagram. Protect your investment with Pure Flow Air Dog.
Drivers, you demand that your equipment's reliable and dependable, and that also applies to your headset for communication. Well, our friends at Stellar Electronic have you covered. The Pluto Duo headset bundle is the best communication headset you can find in the industry. No matter the challenging environment you're driving in, the Pluto headset will make you sound crystal clear all the time thanks to their 99% noise cancellation. And the Duo's not only a stereo converter for the headset, but also a power bank so you can charge as you go. Learn more at StellarElectronic.com or visit them on Facebook.
Some say their truck reflects who they are, dependable and reliable. That's why you trust Blue Def. Now the best just got better. Introducing Blue Def Platinum, a revolutionary innovation with advanced system shield technology to significantly reduce harmful deposits. To maintain fuel economy, save money on costly repairs, and sustain the life of your SCR system, there's only one DEF to choose. Blue Def Platinum. The best just got better.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Okay, let me jump right back up here. Yes, Knucklebuster. What a baloney you got for us.
Thanks for taking me back again, Mr. Steve Sommers. is Jethro a brain surgeon? You know, you married LMA there, so your brother-in-law will be Jethro, right?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
I know that's right. Well, let's get on with all this baloney here there. Why do late night comedians swing to the laissez-faire, Steve?
I bet you have an answer.
Yes, sir, because the right-wing viewers have to work in the morning. And that's the truth to that one there.
Okay.
Yeah, you know that's right. Well, I read that Secretary Booty Hole, he's going to become an unnatural mother. He's going to be a mother of all mothers. They're adopting a little, you know, he's the woman in that relationship. Wait a minute, let me grab my bucket so I can throw up. See, I'm sorry there. I got some redneck ingenuity for you. This 1,283 horsepower Chevrolet diesel rat rod truck runs in the H and is still street legal. Well, when you're a 76-year-old truck lying around, you make the most of it. But they'll never be as good as Fire Punk Diesel. He needs to put some Hot Shot 6 in the eliminator and everyday diesel treatment in there. But he still ain't gonna get with that Fire Punk QS in there. This guy's got a KTM pickup, and he took a front end loader off of a tractor and merged them together. Steve, he keeps working on it. Said he's gonna put some other things on it too. So, I mean, that's like crazy. So, anyway, y'all buy some Hot Shot Secret product. Don't forget to put Overnight Drive code into the checkout box there. Buy some Steve Sommers Overnight Drive product too. The t-shirt, the hat, travel mug. We'll all look spiffy going down the highway there. That's all my baloney for this day, Mr. Steve Sommers.
Have a good weekend there, Knuckle Buster. Hey, Larry, we're almost out of time, but what you got for us this morning?
I'll tell you, I'll try to be real quick. I've been thinking last night on the news, there was a young fellow that died, can't remember the state, and the parents blamed the school system for not making the mask mandate and making them all wear masks. So I'm going to come up with a uniform for school administrators. It's going to look like a referee, a football referee, a zebra, because they're never right. You know, football referees are never right. Basketball referees are never right. So these school administrators will wear a referee uniform, plus they'll have an X on their back. Because imagine this. We all have, as we've said 100 times, a right to whether you have the shot or not have the shot, and whether you wear the mask or not wear the mask. But think about that school administrator. It's impossible for that school administrator to be right.
That's pretty much that would sum it up. You are correct. It's a no-win
So I think
situation.
they need to have a uniform with an X on their back.
And the X, is that kind of like a bullseye? Is that what that would signify, a bullseye?
That's where you insert your foot. Not a bullseye from a firing. That's where you insert your foot, because they're a dumbass, obviously, because they're never right.
Yeah.
Now, that's some real baloney.
There you go. Well, hey, you get to wrap it up here on a Friday morning, Larry. Have a great weekend.
All right, you too, brother. Take care. Be safe.
There you go. Yeah, and that goes for everyone else out there in listener land. Thank you so much for being a part of the program. And yes, as Knucklebuster says, support our sponsor. If you're going to be working on the truck or the car this weekend, get you some Hot Shot Secret. And we'll see you back Sunday night. Close out the weekend and roll into a brand new week. See you then. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go.